Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents No Way Out by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Francis Anderson. Chapter 1. Having friends on the outside definitely came with its benefits, especially now that he was on the outside. The judge had given him 3 lifetimes in prison with no possibility of parole. Yet here he was, outside, breathing in the fresh air of freedom. Somehow this air was better than what they had in the prison yard, the only place he'd been able to see the sky for the last 3 years. 3 years of cement walls, slop for food, and having to prove himself as someone the other inmates feared. It was supposed to be the rest of his life, but a complicated and expensive plan had finally landed him here. A car engine sounded not far away down the road. He stepped behind the nearest tree and watched with one eye. A minivan full of kids blew past him. Not his ride. It was the 15th car that didn't match the description. Maybe something had gone wrong. His ride was supposed to show up within 10 minutes of his escape. He didn't have a watch, but more than 10 minutes had passed. It was pushing a half hour. That much he knew. His internal clock had become a well-oiled machine behind the prison walls. Could be time to move on with a new plan. He was already free. Nothing else mattered. Sirens wailed in the distance. He released a string of profanities. This was why his ride was supposed to show up within 10 minutes. Now the cops knew he'd gotten away. Every spare officer within a 100-mile radius would be called to look for him. They'd no doubt bring in the FBI, the CIA, and every other 3-letter combination possible. And they wouldn't rest until they brought him down. Not many other criminals had killed as many people as he had, and the investigators had only found less than half of his handiwork. Nobody had any idea just how capable of death he actually was, but they knew enough. More sirens sounded from the other direction. He didn't have a ride, but at least he was right next to a massive forest. That would provide cover, shelter, and food. He'd survived in other woods for weeks on end. If nothing else, he was resourceful. Spending so much time on the run left little choice. Hiding, planning, executing, in more than one way. He had to get back into that mindset. It would give him enough time to readjust to life on the outside, so he could blend back into society. Once he started earning people's trust again, he could return to his old ways. An excited shiver ran through him at the thought. The world was his for the taking. First, he needed a good hiding spot to keep him out of sight for a while. They'd have to give up looking for him at some point. Then he'd be ready. He was already there. In fact, he was more than ready. And he wasn't going to waste another moment salivating over the thought of all the destruction at his fingertips. As more sirens wailed, he darted into the woods. He wouldn't make the same mistakes that led to him getting caught last time. He was older, wiser, and had learned from his past errors. Nobody would lock him behind bars again. Chapter 2. Ariana checked all the bags in her new Audi SUV. Everything for their getaway was packed and ready to go. She couldn't wait to hit the road. Damon wrapped an arm around her. Forget anything? Nothing. It's all there and then some. He kissed her cheek. Perfect. You sure you don't want to go to a luxury resort instead? At least 2 still have openings. This isn't a popular weekend for traveling, apparently. I'm sure it isn't. Everyone's probably waiting for Thanksgiving. Ariana glanced at their yard, which had been covered in Halloween decorations just a week earlier. It was unseasonably warm, and she was already itching to get out of her jacket. And you want to go camping? She pulled off her coat, then tossed it into the back seat. Yes, we hardly got to go all summer because of everything else going on. Her hand found its way to her belly, seemingly on its own. Besides, next year we might not be able to go at all. He pressed his palm over hers, his eyes lighting with excitement. People go camping with babies all the time. We can go as often as you want. Ariana could hardly imagine such a trip with a newborn. That's when she'd most likely crave the ease and amenities of a resort. I want to go now, before I'm exhausted all the time from hormones or sleepless nights. So far, I feel completely normal. Besides, I think it'll do us both good to get out in nature. That's what you keep saying, but room service doesn't sound so bad to me. She poked him. You can still say that after everything that happened at Rita's wedding? Do you know how rare it is for something like that to happen? Ari laughed. Of course, they both knew all the stats. They only had a popular true crime podcast, but also authored multiple books on personal safety and gave regular talks at schools on the subject. Sometimes it seemed having that stuff constantly on their minds attracted criminals to them. They'd both already lived through far more than most people. Actually, that was how they originally met. His dad had targeted hers. She shoved those thoughts from her mind. Camping will be good for us, babe. The fresh air, the views, the walks, the porta potties, the wild animals, the campfire smoke. Ariana studied him. Do you really not want to go camping? I'm just teasing you. Well, maybe I'm making sure it's really what you want. I'm happy to just be with you no matter where we are. Then let's get going. We need to get there before the ranger station closes. They have limited hours this time of year. Maybe that's a hint? The corners of his mouth curved up. I think it means there are less people, which will make it even more of a getaway. Less chance of people playing loud music all night. Are you calling us old? Or we could be the people blasting music into the wee hours. Now you're talking. He winked. Do you want me to drive? I'm pregnant, not incapable. Just offering to help. We can switch off if you get tired. Not that I think you will. I'll drive until we stop for a bathroom break. Then you can take over. Sounds great. Ariana climbed into the driver's seat. While starting the car, she glanced over at their newly built house. Hopefully, it would still be standing when they returned. They'd already had to start over from scratch after it burned down in the spring. It would be fine. Rita and Grayson were across the street and promised to keep a close eye on it. After everything she and Damon had been through this year, her reluctance to leave wasn't surprising. But she wouldn't let anyone stop her from enjoying a little time away. It was just what they needed before kicking off the holidays. After all the stress and strain they'd been through, some rest and relaxation in nature would help them recover from all the year's events. Chapter 3. It had been well over an hour since he'd last heard any sirens. He couldn't let that lull him into a state of false security. It would only be a matter of time before the police started searching the woods for him. Though he hadn't been directly near them when exiting the transport van, he'd been close enough that even the dumbest cop would figure he went there. That was why he hadn't stopped moving since starting his trek. His mouth was parched, and his muscles burned from the constant movement. Sure, he worked out and stayed in shape, but he spent most of his time in a cell. More than other inmates because he had the record for the most days in solitary. He just couldn't help getting in trouble, even with the cement walls and behind doors thicker than the warden. It was a matter of survival. No way would he let anything get in the way of that. The distance between the trees grew a little wider. Must be coming to a clearing. He slowed his pace, listened. Something sounded. Water? Was there a river nearby? Or waterfalls? That seemed more likely given where he'd escaped the van. He crept along, opening and closing his fists, ready for anything that might come his way. It wasn't like he'd never fought off wildlife before. Could easily do it again. The woods opened up, and he hardly believed his eyes. A campsite. Empty. He cupped his ears. Conversation. Far away. This was better than he hoped for. It was like a gift from above. He stripped off his jumpsuit, threw it under a bush, then hurried to unzip the tent. 2 large duffel bags sat right next to the entrance. It was certainly his lucky day. He rifled through the nearest one, finding clothes that would fit well enough. Though snug, they would work. Next, he opened the cooler and downed a beer. It had been so long since he'd had one of those. It was like manna from heaven. The conversation, and therefore the people, drew closer. He swore under his breath, grabbed a few snacks, closed the cooler, then ran from the tent. Nobody was in sight, but the voices weren't far. He darted into the cover of the trees, wolfing down a salami sandwich. Compared to the best prison food, this may as well have been from a 5-star restaurant. How he'd missed life on the outside. His freedom was an obvious benefit, but it was the small things that really made the difference. Prison essentials consisted of crappy shampoo and toothpaste, itchy blankets, flat pillows. It was like everything there was to make them suffer. 2 guys appeared from behind the tent, laughing and joking. They carried fishing poles and buckets. Must have secured dinner. His stomach rumbled at the thought, even though he'd just enjoyed the sandwich. Fresh fish sounded like a dream come true. The last time he'd eaten fish, the fillets had been breaded and freezer burned, probably stored for several years before seeing the oven. No amount of condiments could fix that taste. And not that he'd had a pantry full of sauces to pick from. He ducked, watching them. They put everything down near the empty fire pit, not noticing the open tent entrance which faced away from them. Time to go before they realized they'd been robbed. Those guys would look high and low for the thief, and he didn't want to be anywhere near them when they did. He stepped back farther into the woods and kept going, grateful for the new clothes and the food. Maybe there were other crazy campers out this time of year. He'd take all the food he could get, and the more he could split his hauls among different people, the less chance of him getting caught. He'd rather avoid confrontation while the authorities were still hunting him, but he wouldn't shy away from it if left with no other choice. He barely made it a few minutes from the 2 guys' campsite before smoke tickled his nose, carrying the scent of wood and the aroma of something roasting. It had to be from the guys. They brought fish to their fire pit. But this was coming from another direction. There must be more people out here. This was his lucky day. All he needed was to wait until these other campers walked away, and he would have more than a sandwich to fill his belly. He sniffled his way toward the cooking food. his mouth watering all the more with each step. Conversation sounded, not far away. He froze in place, inched toward the nearest tree, peeked around it. The campsite consisted of 2 tents on either side of a crackling fire. Steam rose from a pot placed over the flames. The source of whatever was making his mouth water roiled like Niagara Falls. Something else caught his attention. In the distance were 2 other separate campsites. There would be enough food to keep him alive for several days, depending on how long everyone stayed. Could probably grab extra clothes, too. Enough supplies to keep him going until he got out of the woods and found his way into a new life. It would take him a while to reconnect with his contacts, especially considering he didn't even know where he was. It was the perfect plan. Now, to execute it. Chapter 4. You awake? We're almost there. Ariana rubbed her eyes. It took her a moment to realize she was in the passenger seat of her car. She tried to pull herself out of a heavy sleep fog. Normally, she didn't nap so hard. Must be hormones, even though she wasn't far along at all. In fact, her pregnancy test had been so faint, she and Damon had gone to see her doctor to make sure it was really positive. He'd taken a blood test, which he'd said was crystal clear. They were going to have a baby. Her heart fluttered at the thought. She loved holding babies and could only imagine that having one of her own, one that was half her and half Damon, would be mind-blowing. She couldn't fathom loving anyone more than her 2 younger siblings, but everyone said having your own baby was a love unlike any other. Rita would soon find out, as she was due in 2 months. Now their 2 kids could grow up together. They might even be best friends like Ariana and Rita. Everything seemed to finally be working out for the good, now that they were nearing the end of the year. Ari? Damon gave her leg a gentle squeeze. I'm awake. Where are we? The sides of the road were filled with massive evergreens, but sirens sounded in the distance. According to the GPS, we're only a few miles from the entrance. The ranger station closes before long, so we should barely make it. She sat up straighter. We're cutting it that close? There was some traffic when I got off the freeway. Ariana looked around. This far away from everything? Police were crawling all over the place. I used the scanner, but wasn't able to get much information. Reading between the lines, I think they're looking for someone. But that was far away from where we're staying, right? Her hand went to her belly. Several miles back. I'm sure the criminal got on the freeway. That would make a much better escape route than hiking through the forest. Ariana flashed back to running from a kidnapper through similar woods. The trees offered a lot of cover for someone who wanted to stay hidden. But Damon had a good point about the freeway, too. If the police were near there, the person could have gotten into a car and headed in any direction. Damon took a hard turn to the left onto a bumpy road, pulling Ari from her thoughts. Guess we'll have to check my shocks after this trip, she joked. I know, this is roughing it, but you'd think they'd take better care of the roads. It's all part of the experience. Damon slowed when they reached a little wooden building, the ranger station. He parked next to the only other car, then cut the engine. I'll run in really quick. You don't have to get up. Thanks. She wanted to stretch her legs, but could wait until they reached their campsite. They'd have enough to do once they got there, and she was still tired from her nap. Damon returned a few minutes later and attached a paper parking pass on the rearview mirror. Everything is set. and both campsites on either side of us will be empty the entire time. There are other campers in the same area, but they won't be breathing down our backs. And he hasn't had any noise complaints." She chuckled, remembering their conversation earlier. "That's good news." He handed her a brochure. "The map's in there. Can you make sure I stay on the right path? The ranger highlighted it for us." "Sure." She unfolded the paper to track the route. It was about another half-mile down a bumpy, twisty gravel road before reaching their destination. A roomy site with a big fire pit that backed up to plenty of trees. Several tents dotted the area. Just enough people to not feel isolated, but also enough space to feel like they weren't crowded. They could easily get away to a trail or head to the lake if they wanted. It was perfect. After Damon parked, they both exited the car. Ariana stretched, one of her legs feeling like it was close to a Charlie horse. He unloaded the tent and started to erect it. By the time she reached him, it was nearly set up. "I could have helped, you know." "This thing practically puts itself together. Besides, you have to get used to letting me pamper you." He rubbed her shoulders and kissed her neck. "I'm not an invalid." "No, but you're carrying our baby. That's precious cargo. And while you're fiercely independent, something I love about you, I want to take care of the two of you, babe." She groaned, but couldn't really argue his point, especially as tired as she was. "I'm still going to load things into the tent." "Of course you are." He snickered before returning to the SUV. Ariana grabbed the sleeping bags and pillows, then set them up in the tent. Birds chirped not far away. It seemed a little late in the year for them, but maybe they'd stayed to enjoy the unseasonably warm weather. She could hardly blame them. That was the exact reason she and Damon were camping in November. Just as she was loading the last bag into the tent, unfamiliar voices sounded nearby. Time to meet their temporary neighbors. Chapter 5. The aroma of the cooked fish made Ariana's stomach rumble loudly. If anyone else heard it, they didn't say anything. Damon held up a fish and gestured toward the three people next to him. "These guys had an extra fish and gave it to us." "Wow, thank you. It's perfect after a long drive." The woman, who looked a little younger than Ari and Damon, smiled sweetly. "We'll never eat all the fish these two caught. I'm just glad someone else can. I'm Elena, by the way." Ariana and Damon introduced themselves. Then Elena's companions identified themselves as Chandler and Ward. The three of them had been inseparable in college and now got together one weekend a month to keep in touch. This weekend, they'd chosen to spend their time camping. "If you need anything else, we're staying there." Ward pointed to the campsite nearest them. "Elena always overpacks for everything, so we have 5 of anything you probably forgot." She shoved him, her face turning pink. "Exaggerate much?" "Never." They all laughed. Ariana relaxed. At least their nearest neighbors were nice enough. "Have you guys met anyone else staying here?" Chandler pointed to another site. "Those guys are celebrating their 10th anniversary. Happy to be kid-free for the weekend. There's some cousins, a random dude on his own, and a group of middle-aged women who seem to be celebrating female empowerment. Did I miss anyone?" "I think that about covers it." Ward nodded. "Pretty quiet compared to the last time we came." "That was in August," Elena said. "It's always packed here in the summer." They chatted for a few more minutes before the others headed back to their campsite. Ariana retrieved their tableware, then they dug into the fish. It tasted even better than it smelled. She and Damon finished it quickly, not leaving any leftovers. He put the bones in a trash bag, then tied it closed. I know we brought plenty of food, but I'm tempted to go fishing so we have more of that. I'm up for a walk to the lake. Let me know when you're ready to go. Later. We can rest for now. I didn't come here to sit around. Let's explore. You sure? He lifted a brow. Do you remember my comment about not being an invalid? And do you recall me saying how I love that you're so independent? I just want to make sure you don't push yourself too far. That's all. Exploring the camp isn't going to do any harm. I'm curious to see the lake that's apparently teeming with fish. They secured the campsite, then headed down the dirt road, following the wooden signs to the lake. Most everyone was out and about, and they all waved to Ariana and Damon. At least everyone seems friendly. He squeezed her hand. Exactly what we need for a relaxing weekend away. They stopped when they reached the lake, and she took in the serenity of her surroundings. Just the sight of the water relaxed her, making her forget how tired she was from the drive. On the other side, 4 guys sat on a dock fishing. They must be the group of cousins Chandler mentioned. Do you want to walk around it? Ariana asked. Are you up for it? I appreciate the concern, but it's getting a bit much. Can you assume if I don't tell you I'm tired that I'm fine? If I didn't have the energy to walk around this little lake, I wouldn't have said anything. You're right. He kissed her palm. I'm just nervous. Not only for you, but for the baby, too. I've never been through any of this before. It's all new territory, and I don't think I've ever felt this far out of my element. We're in it together. If I need anything, you'll be the first to know, I promise. He nodded. But maybe I should go back for some water before taking the trek. I know I'm thirsty after eating the fish. That's probably a good idea. Damon darted off before she could say more. She leaned against a tree and watched a crow and another bird flying overhead and dipping down near the water every so often. The tiny hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and a cold chill ran down her back. Someone was watching her. She looked around. Maybe it was one of the guys fishing on the other side of the lake, or another curious camper, like how she'd wanted to look around when first arriving. Calming, isn't it? Ari turned toward the female voice, her pulse spiking. A woman about her age, in a light hoodie, hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, gave her a friendly smile. She held out her hand. I'm Mindy. Those loons across the pond are my cousins. Well, except the one in the flannel shirt. I'm Ariana. They shook hands. Who's the other guy? Mindy rolled her eyes and sighed in disgust. Says his name is Kirk. Calls himself a wanderer. The skin on Ari's arms prickled. A wanderer? Weird, right? Claims he lives in the woods, staying wherever he ends up at dusk. To each their own, I guess. Ariana squinted and tried to see the flannel shirt guy more clearly, but couldn't make out any details since they were all the way across the lake. What brings you out here? Mindy leaned against the nearest tree. Not many people want to camp in November. My husband and I wanted to get out in nature. Me more than him, if I'm being honest. He'd have chosen a hotel if it had been up to him. Where is he? Ari pointed to their campsite. Grabbing some water bottles. Once we got down here, we decided to walk the perimeter of the lake. He went back for provisions. You're going over there by the guys? Would you mind telling them to hurry up? I want to eat dinner before night falls. If you tell them, that'll save me the trip. I'm eager to get back to my novel. No problem. What are you reading?
A book about a group of friends who get lost in the woods where there's someone following them. Probably should have picked a different one, huh?
Mindy laughed nervously. I can't judge. My hubby and I were listening to true crime podcasts on the way up here.
Nice. You're my kind of people. You'll remember to pass the message along?
Definitely.
You're the best. Take my advice. Talk to any of my cousins, not Kirk. He gives me the creeps.
Will do. Ariana turned her attention back to the guys across the lake. She'd have to keep an especially close eye on the one in the flannel shirt. Chapter 6. Denise poured more wine into her glass, almost spilling some onto her sleeping bag.
Maybe we should ease up, Erica said, clearly holding back a laugh. We only brought a case. If I didn't want to drink this, I'd throw it at you.
At that, all three of the friends burst out laughing. Leia refilled her own glass.
I'm so glad we were all able to get away for the weekend. I don't know about you two, but I'm so glad to get away from everything. My therapist was right. New scenery was just what I needed.
Denise held up her glass. And time with your best friends. I'll drink to that. Leia tapped her glass to Denise's. Erica joined in, then they emptied their glasses for the umpteenth time since arriving. At least they had the entire weekend to burn off all the alcohol. Denise poured herself more, ignoring the condescending voice in her mind. That belonged to a man who no longer had any say in her life. Now it was just a matter of getting him out of her head. In fact, that was why she and her two best friends were camping in November. Over the course of the last year, they'd all divorced or separated. It was like something was in the air. The three of them had been best friends since high school, but hardly saw each other anymore since having kids. It had gotten to the point where they only reunited every 4 months, twice a year with the kids, and once for a girls-only dinner. 3 times a year. That was how often she saw her two best friends. Sure, they had their group texting threads and they kept up on social media, but it wasn't the same. And even then, she always got an earful from her husband when she returned home. Had to listen to him any time she did anything for herself. He, of course, was able to go out with his buddies whenever he wanted. That was no problem. Scratch that. Not husband. Soon-to-be ex-husband. Denise shoved him from her thoughts yet again. Why was it so hard to get that jerk from her mind? She was finally free, and he still wouldn't let go. It made no sense. Leia made a show of emptying the last of the wine into her glass. It only filled about an eighth of it, and she finished it in one swig.
Should we open the next one?
Erica shook her head.
Let's get out of this tent. There are a ton of trails. Let's explore, go any direction we want. That's the beauty of being single. Nobody can tell us what to do.
Her ex had been just as bad as Denise's. Maybe worse. She didn't like talking about their dynamic much. Although between moving out and all the wine, Erica was spilling more beans than she had over the course of her almost 20-year marriage. It was starting to make Denise think all men were control freaks who didn't want to do any housework or childcare. Aside from finances, those were the two most common arguments with Rob. It would have taken less energy for him to actually do the work than to spend all that time bickering about how he shouldn't have to lift a finger except to play video games. Of course, he'd moved on right away. Couldn't wait to find someone new to take care of him. Denise wanted nothing more than to enjoy being single. Life was infinitely easier now that she only had to worry about herself and the kids. That made weekends like this possible. Both Leia and Erica were staring at her. What? She felt her face and hair for anything out of place.
Do you want to walk through a trail or around the lake? Erica asked. Right. They were talking about leaving the tent. Either's fine with me. You're the tiebreaker. You have to pick something. Denise groaned. This whole making decisions thing was really tiring after so many years of being told what to do. She thought she'd been a good wife, like her mom, to go with the flow and keep her husband happy. When Leah asked for help moving out while Mike was on a fishing trip, which had really been a hotel stay with some chick half his age, Denise realized how jealous she was of her friend getting out of the marriage. Both of her best friends had opened up about how miserable they were with their husbands. She finally saw that she wasn't doing anyone any favors by being a doormat in her own home. Certainly not her, and least of all her kids, who were receiving the message that this was normal. The same message her mom had given her. Her kids deserved better. She deserved better. There was no helping what Rob and his new love interest taught the kids, but now she would give them powerful messages. Her daughter would know she didn't have to put up with being treated as free labor, and her son would know he couldn't expect to treat his wife like that and get away with it. Any day now. Erica looked at her expectantly. Everyone else seems to be at the lake, Denise said. We should explore a trail. They all climbed out of the tent. The air smelled more strongly of cooked fish. It seemed everyone else was catching free meals. She and her friends were the only ones who had no interest. Looks like we have new neighbors. Leah pointed to a campsite that had been empty before. Erica threw her hands up in the air. I seriously cannot believe how many people are camping this weekend. This is as bad as the summertime. This is nowhere near as bad as that, Denise said. Rob dragged me camping all the time, and I can tell you this is really empty. It's the warm weather, Leah said. Erica took a few more steps toward the newbie's site. Please tell me it isn't more noisy college kids. I'd take that over another lovesick couple. Denise shuddered at the thought of the couple celebrating their 10-year anniversary. The guy was all over his wife like they'd just met. That anniversary should be spent at a fancy hotel, where they could go off and spend time alone if they wanted. Or maybe she was jaded because of her own experience. Looks like another couple. Leah pointed toward the lake where a dark-haired couple walked hand in hand. Let's get into the woods before they decide to come over and talk to us. The new couple looked like they were heading toward them. Denise grabbed her windbreaker from the folding chair where she'd left it. I'm all for that. The three friends hurried toward the trees. Denise didn't care if they found a path or not. She just didn't want to spend another moment with a deliriously happy couple. If they were holding hands, chances were that was exactly what the newcomers were. Leah skidded to a stop. Did we avoid them? I hope so. Erica looked through the thick branches. Is this a path? The tiny hairs on the back of Denise's neck stood on end. She looked around, wrapping her arms around herself. Leah frowned. You feel that too? Denise's breath caught. If she wasn't the only one who sensed it, someone or something had to be watching them. I'm out of here! Leah bolted toward the campsite. Erica exchanged a worried glance with her before they followed their friend. The last thing Denise wanted was to get killed in the woods. Rob would get a good laugh out of that and probably shout, I told you so, while standing on her grave. He was always telling her how incompetent she was. She'd prove him wrong if it was the last thing she did. Chapter 7. Ariana climbed into her sleeping bag, not wanting to admit how tired she was.
The walk around the lake should have been no problem, but now all she wanted was to sleep. If Damon suspected anything, he was kind enough to keep it to himself. She'd wanted to go meet some of the other campers, but that would have to wait. They'd said hi to the cousins and Kirk, the self-proclaimed wanderer, and she told the cousins Mindy was ready for them to return, but they seemed more interested in drinking beer and fishing. What worried her was the feeling of being watched while walking around the lake. She'd not only felt it right before Mindy introduced herself, but also twice after Damon had arrived and was by her side. He'd thought she'd been romantic when she grabbed his hand, but her senses were on high alert. This was supposed to be a relaxing weekend, but she couldn't ever seem to fully let down her guard. It probably came with the territory of being a true crime podcaster and teaching self-defense to women and girls. Predators were always on her mind, and since she'd been kidnapped as a young girl, she knew more than anyone how real the threats actually were. But she also knew she had what it took to stay alive. Sleep quickly took over. When she woke, it was almost completely dark. Voices sounded not far away. One was Damon, and the other two were male. They sounded like the first people they'd met, the friends who'd recently graduated from college. What were their names? Chandler and Ward. Some delicious aromas wafted into the tent, making her stomach rumble. Hopefully they came from their campfire. She needed to eat, and apparently the walk around the lake had made her ravenous. Ariana dug through her backpack for a snack. She couldn't wait even to go outside the tent. It was time to eat now. She scarfed down a protein bar and emptied a bottle of water. It helped, somewhat. The voices outside the tent quieted. Curious, Ariana cupped her ears. Damon and the other two guys were still talking, but in hushed tones. Had they heard her moving around and didn't want her to hear? No, that was crazy. Damon didn't keep secrets from her. Still, she crept closer to the side of the tent where the voices were and pressed her ear against the fabric of the tent. She wasn't close enough to hear much, only one out of every few words. Something about their tone sent a cold chill through her body. Ariana raced outside the tent, nearly tripping over one of the bags. Didn't bother zipping it back up. "What's wrong?" Damon glanced over at her, his worried expression even more concerning in the light of the fire pit. "We didn't mean to wake you." "I'm fine. What's going on?" The three men exchanged unsure glances. "Just tell me." Damon chewed on his lower lip. "Mindy, one of the other campers. I met her earlier, part of the cousin group." "She's missing." Ari stared at him, trying to take in his words. "Are you sure?" Ward nodded, raking his fingers through his short curly hair. "Yeah, her cousins have looked all over and are asking everyone if they've seen her." Her mind raced. "She told me she was worried about the guy in the flannel shirt, Kirk. He joined them randomly, calling himself a wanderer." Chandler gave her a double take. "You didn't think to mention that before?" Damon put his arm around Ariana. "We've been keeping an eye on him." Ari nodded. "She mentioned it to me after Damon and I talked with you guys and Elena. Where's she, by the way?" Ward pointed across the dirt road. "She teamed up with the older chicks to look for Mindy." "Someone should talk to Kirk," Ariana said. "He hasn't disappeared too, I hope." Chandler shook his head. "Only Mindy." Ari's mind raced. Did she say anything about going anywhere? Could she have gotten lost hiking? Ward looked at her. "It sounds like you were the last one to talk to Mindy." Her heart sank. She didn't say anything like that to me, only that she wanted me to pass along a message to her cousins, and she was worried about Kirk. She wanted to get back to reading a book. Damon's grip around her tightened slightly. Ariana's been sleeping. Trust me. We didn't have anything to do with this. Where were you? Ward took a step closer to Damon. Here, working on this campfire. I've been in plain sight the entire time. Ariana stood taller. We spend our lives teaching women and children about self-defense. We've both been kidnapped. There's no way either of us would have anything to do with someone going missing. Chandler arched an eyebrow. Do you know anything about organizing a search party? She held back a laugh. We've been involved in one or two of those. Great. Tell us what to do. We should gather everyone together and spread out in different directions. The more ground we can cover, the better our chances of finding her. Ward put his hand on Chandler's shoulder. We'll bring everyone over here. You two come up with a plan. They hurried away without a word. Damon turned to Ariana. Can you believe them? They were practically accusing us of having something to do with the disappearance. She shrugged, although it did bother her a little. They don't know us. Anyone could be responsible. Mindy probably got lost. She was bored, waiting for her cousins who had no interest in leaving their fishing spot. I'll bet she went exploring. That's what I'd do in her shoes. Let's hope that's all it is. She did sound concerned about Kirk. Did she say anything else? Nothing out of the ordinary. She was friendly enough, but definitely annoyed by her cousins letting Kirk join them. Did you pick up on anything weird about him when we talked with the group earlier? Damon looked deep in thought for a moment. Nothing stands out, and I was already curious about him after what you told me Mindy said. If you hadn't told me that, I wouldn't have guessed he wasn't part of their group. Ariana sighed deeply. Hopefully he had nothing to do with her disappearance, but I still don't trust him. Who randomly shows up at a campsite out in the middle of nowhere and joins a group of cousins? I'm with you on that, especially since he made Mindy uncomfortable. My mom taught me to always believe a woman's intuition, and I've never seen it steer anyone wrong. Unless it's ignored. Ari's stomach churned acid at the thought. Hopefully Mindy didn't ignore her gut feeling and follow Kirk into the woods. Chapter 8. Ariana counted 13 people now at her and Damon's campsite. Only Mindy was absent. Ariana recognized most of the people, but 3 stood out as new. A man and a woman together, his arm draped around her, and another man standing off to the side by himself. Damon let out an ear-piercing whistle, and everyone turned their attention to him. As I'm sure you're all aware, we're looking for Mindy. She was headed back to her campsite from the lake to read her novel around 3. Has anyone else seen her since then? Nobody spoke. He turned to Mindy's cousins, who all stood together. Did she mention anything about wanting to explore the woods? They all spoke over each other, but it sounded like none of them recalled her saying anything like that. She clearly isn't near the lake or here at the campsites, Damon continued. The only thing that makes sense is that she went into the woods. We should spread out and look for her there. Everyone agreed. Damon turned his attention to Kirk. I heard that you live in and wander these woods. Is that right? Yeah. So you must know them pretty well. He shrugged. I guess. Is there anything in particular where someone could easily get hurt? A ravine, a cliff, something like that? Kirk scrunched his face like he was thinking. Not nearby. The forest rangers seem to keep everything near these campsites pretty safe. The trails are all flat and without any roots sticking up or loose rocks. You'd have to go pretty far to run into anything remotely dangerous. We should split up and search separately to cover the most ground to find her. Ari's breath caught at his suggestion. The man she trusted least wanted everyone to go alone. That would leave 6 women walking around the woods by themselves. Before she could object, Elena spoke up. No way. I'm not going anywhere on my own. I don't think any of us women should. We already have one missing woman. Do you want more of us disappearing? Kirk squared his shoulders. I was trying not to be sexist, but if you want a man to protect you, have at it. Elena turned her attention to the 3 women in their early 40s. I'll pair off with one of them. Nobody said anything about us needing a man to protect us. Damon held up a hand. We'll either go alone or in pairs, depending on what people feel comfortable with. Does everyone have a whistle or some other way to call out if you find anything? It took another 10 minutes for everyone to figure out all the details. Then they were finally ready to head into the forest. The only guys not going alone were Damon and the other married guy with his wife. Ariana was already tired before they stepped foot into the woods, but she didn't say anything. It was only hormones, and she'd already had a nap. Finding Mindy was more important than a little rest. Mindy had warned Ariana about Kirk, so it was the least she could do to push through a little pregnancy fatigue. Rita still did her daily workouts, and she was in her 3rd trimester. This was just a little hike, and Ariana's pregnancy test had barely registered a positive. She could do this. Would do it. Damon handed her a water bottle. She gulped down half of it before they set off. Do you think Kirk had anything to do with Mindy disappearing? He and her cousins all swear he was with them at the dock the entire time. Ariana didn't know why Mindy's cousins would vouch for the stranger if it wasn't the truth. Unless he wasn't a stranger, and they were in on it too. But that was jumping to conclusions at this point. So far, there was no reason to think her cousins were involved. However, there was also no reason to think they weren't. All of these people were strangers. In fact, Mindy could have been faking her disappearance for all they knew. Ariana had only interacted with the woman once. Anything was possible. But for now, she would work under the assumption that Mindy needed help. Better to be safe than sorry. Once she and Damon entered the cover of the trees, she pulled out her flashlight. He already had his out, and it was bright enough to light up a football field, but she wanted to be able to shine hers in different directions. The more ground they covered, the better. Creepy shadows weaved around as the flashlights darted about. A chilly wind blew her hair into her face. Branches and twigs crunched underfoot. She held her breath, listening for anything out of place. In the distance, someone called out Mindy's name. We should call for her too, Ariana said. Good idea. He cupped his mouth. Mindy! Ari joined him, and others called out her name from different directions. The voices grew quieter until they faded away completely. She and Damon were far enough away that nobody else would hear them either. At least they each had a whistle. When Damon packed for camping, he didn't forget anything. Snap! That was too far away to belong to either her or Damon. She turned toward him. He'd stopped and was looking around intently. He heard the noise too. Her pulse thrummed in her ears, making it hard to hear anything else. Damon put a finger to his mouth and looked around. Ari took measured breaths, trying to calm her racing heart. It was probably just an animal or another camper who ended up getting too close to them on accident. Although they hardly knew any of the other campers, and any one of them could have been responsible for Mindy's disappearance. Damon lowered his finger, didn't say anything. "What?" she whispered. "I don't hear anything anymore." It was probably nothing, she hoped. Then a whistle shrilled through the silent night air. Someone found something. Was it Mindy? Chapter 9. Denise's hand shook as she tried to hold the flashlight steady. She could hardly believe her eyes. There was a knife on the ground. It was bigger than any of her kitchen knives, though not by much, and could easily slice through skin. It had something reddish on the blade. The thought made her stomach lurch, especially knowing a woman was missing. Were any of them safe? Did this knife have anything to do with Mindy's disappearance? Next to her, Leia whistled again. Again. It was starting to make her head hurt, but it was the only way to let everyone else know they'd found something. "Is anyone coming?" Denise asked, her voice wobbling as much as the light she held. "I think I hear footsteps." Leah blew the whistle again. "You'd think the whole county could hear that." "The trees muffle a lot of the sound." "I know, but that thing is really loud. That's all I'm saying." One of the guys came, then another, followed by the couple who'd arrived last, then the others. Everyone swarmed the knife, checking it out and talking over each other. Nobody wanted to touch it. Denise took a step back, her stomach still roiling. Had someone killed Mindy? Could it be one of them? Or was there someone out in the woods hiding? A chill ran through her body at the thought. Maybe coming out here for a girls' weekend had been a bad idea. If anything went sideways, Rob would never let her hear the end of it. Except she no longer had to listen to him. The only reason he spent so much time in her head was because his voice kept popping up there. They barely spoke anymore, except to work out details regarding the kids. She shoved her ex from her thoughts and focused on the knife in front of her. Everyone was growing louder, trying to be heard over the others. Somehow they came to a consensus that someone should try to let the park ranger know what was going on. Everybody seemed to agree that even though the ranger was off-duty, there must be a phone number posted on the building. If there was even a signal. Denise hadn't had a signal the entire time she'd been here. Not that she checked at the station when they first arrived. She hated being out of range in case something went wrong with the kids, but she couldn't worry about that. They were fine. They always were. She was just a worrier. Wasn't that her job as a mom? Leia grabbed her arm. "Come on. What's going on?" "We're going back to our tent." "Shouldn't we stay with the knife or look for Mindy?" "Weren't you listening?" Leia asked. "I didn't catch everything with people talking over each other." Erica came over to her other side. "One of the guys is going to stay with it, while some others are going to drive to the ranger station to call the emergency number for the campground." "I missed that part." "Hopefully they'll find her," Erica sighed. "Maybe she's just lost and will turn up," Leia said. "Then we can all get back to enjoying our weekends." "That's a little harsh," Erica said. "Why?" Leia snapped. "We came out here to celebrate being free from oppressive men. And what's happening now? We're all scared some guy abducted a woman. It just goes to prove you can't trust men." "Then why are you going on dates every weekend?" Erica countered. "Every other weekend, not when my kids are home." "Stop!" Denise wanted to cover her ears. "Enough, both of you. We're all stressed. I'm sure you can agree to that.
Do we want to continue with this weekend or not? Obviously, Erica said. Leia didn't say anything. Do you want to leave? Denise asked. I don't want to be the next one to vanish. We'll agree to stick together, Erica said. Not that there's any proof anything nefarious happened. She probably wandered off and got lost. What about that creep she was worried about? Denise asked. He was with her cousins the whole time. I still don't trust him, Leia said. We don't trust any man, Erica quipped. Denise took a deep breath. Maybe we should head back to town. We could rent a safe hotel room with a bunch of locks inside the door. All my money went to this, Leia said. Erica and I can split your portion. Speak for yourself, Erica said. I'm broke too. That judge totally sided with Brian. I swear, he was related to his new girlfriend or something. My lawyer couldn't believe his ruling. We know, Leia snapped. You've only told us 185 times. Excuse me? Stop! Denise stepped between them. We're on the same side, remember? How are we any better than Brian, Mike, and Rob if we turn on each other? We're tired and we're scared. Any animosity should be saved for whoever took Mindy, if that's even what happened. Or, better yet, we'll set it aside and tell off our exes when we get back into civilization. But for now, it's us against the world, not each other. Got it? They both grumbled agreements. Hopefully Mindy would emerge from the forest soon, and they could all get back to enjoying their weekends. She didn't want to think about the alternative, but with each passing minute, it seemed less likely the missing woman would show up just fine. Chapter 10. Ariana fought her heavy eyelids. Despite her nerves and worry, her body only wanted to go back to sleep. It had to be the pregnancy. Any other time she could stay up late with the best of them. Damon scooted closer on the log in front of their campfire and hugged her. Do you want to go to sleep? She shook her head, fighting a yawn. No, I want to find out what they say after talking with the park ranger. It won't change anything if we find out tonight or in the morning. A shiver ran down her back. It will to me. He kissed her forehead. I can stay up and then wake you when I find out. No, I want to stay awake. You should listen to your body, especially now. I'm not sleeping. Okay. I took a nap earlier. I'll be fine. Damon poked the logs until the fire roared back to life. I'm not trying to argue with you, babe. Tires crunched over gravel. Ariana leaped to her feet. They're back. She imagined the ranger from earlier arriving with all the other rangers to check out the knife and to find Mindy wherever she was. But it was just the one car that left earlier. Her heart sank. It's just them? The ranger must be on his way. With backup. We'll see. They have to, she insisted. We have a missing person. Damon squeezed her hand. She tugged him toward the moving car, which was already pulling into one of the campsites. Let's see what they say. They hurried over, as did most of the other campers. We left a message, Chandler said loudly as he got out of the car. You didn't talk to anyone? Ariana asked. Nope. Did you call back? She asked. Maybe if the phone rang again, they would know it's an emergency. We did that, Ward said. Nobody answered. Her heart sank. What now? We'll have to wait.
It isn't like we can go to the ranger's house and bang on his front door.
I meant we should keep looking for Mindy.
Not us,
said Vince, who had barely said 2 words all night.
Tanya and I are going back to our tent and getting some sleep. We're going to enjoy the rest of our anniversary.
His wife didn't get a chance to reply before he tugged her toward their tent.
He's a peach, someone muttered.
We should keep looking, Ariana said. Go in a different direction. Nobody's looked on the other side of the lake.
Damon turned to her. Are you sure you're up to it?
For sure. I just need to grab a water bottle. Who else is in?
About half the remaining people agreed, while the others trudged off to their campsites. Will you promise to tell me when you start to get tired? Damon asked.
Yes, but seriously, I'm fine. Wouldn't you want people looking for me if I was missing?
Of course, and I'd be happy to keep searching for her if you want to lay down.
Let's give it a half hour, and I'll see how I'm feeling.
He wrapped his arms around her. That sounds like a good plan. I'm sure she'll appreciate your efforts when we find her. A coyote howled in the distance.
Ariana shivered. I hope she's okay, wherever she is. She has to be scared.
Damon kissed her forehead. Then they joined the others who were going to continue the search. The smaller search party consisted of Mindy's cousins, along with Kirk, the college friends, and Wayne, the lone camper. Damon directed everyone and reminded them to use their whistles again if they found anything. Ari flashed back to the crusty knife and hoped it wasn't blood on it. Even more importantly, that it had nothing to do with Mindy's disappearance. With any luck, the woman was just lost and had safely hunkered down in a makeshift shelter. Damon held Ariana's hand as they headed toward the lake for round 2 of their search. She'd just guzzled down a bottle full of water and felt a renewed burst of energy.
Let's do this. Do you think she's okay?
Another howl sounded. I hope so. He didn't sound sure.
You think something happened to her?
We both know a night in the woods could go either way. There are far too many factors to waste time speculating.
I'm sure if she went for a hike, she took what she needs.
Did she say anything about that to you? Ari frowned.
I'm trying to be hopeful. All I really know is she likes to read and doesn't trust Kirk.
He asked more questions about her interaction with the missing woman as they made their way into the woods for the second time that night. She answered the best she could, but she really hadn't learned much during their short conversation. If she'd known how things would turn, she'd have asked a lot more questions. Actually, she'd have urged Mindy to stay in her tent and not go anywhere alone. She tripped over a root. Damon reached out to steady her, but she righted herself on her own. Are you okay? He asked.
Yeah, fine.
She shone her light around.
Mindy!
After they'd been searching for only a few minutes, Damon suggested turning around.
Already?
You said you'd walk around for a half hour.
We just got started, and I feel great. In fact,
a whistle rang out, repeatedly, erratically. Someone found something.
Maybe it was Mindy.
Chapter 11.
Ariana gasped for air as she and Damon raced toward the shrill whistle.
They both tripped over exposed roots along the way.
This part of the woods was covered in them.
Her heart thundered so hard she thought it might actually burst out of her chest. If Mindy was okay, would the person whistling continue the way they were? The closer they got, the more convinced she was the missing woman wasn't in good shape. She might even be dead. Ari hated thinking that, but the feeling wouldn't leave her. Lights came through the branches up ahead. Voices sounded between the loud whistles. Her breath caught and a lump formed in her throat. This wasn't going to be good. It just wasn't. When she and Damon arrived, Chandler stopped blowing the whistle. "I think this is everyone." The missing woman's cousins were freaking out. Ariana pushed her way into the small crowd. Everyone shifted to form a circle, at the center of which lay Mindy. She was sprawled on the ground. No blood, no bruises. Wearing the exact same clothes as earlier, nothing noticeably ripped or removed. She appeared to be resting. But she wasn't. All that noise would wake even the heaviest of sleepers. A lump in her throat nearly choked her.
"Is she—" "Yes."
Elena's voice cracked.
"We checked. No pulse, no breathing."
Ari's hands came to her mouth, and tears stung her eyes. She'd been talking with Mindy just a few hours earlier. She might have been the last person to talk to her. "How did she die?" Damon asked, kneeling but not touching the body. "We can't tell," Wayne said. "There aren't any obvious signs of the cause of death. No blood, no stab wounds. So the knife from earlier probably had nothing to do with her death." "How do you know so much?" asked one of the cousins, his tone accusatory. "I'm ex-military. This search isn't my first rodeo." "We need to get her out of the woods and to the hospital." Wayne shook his head emphatically. "We can't move her. The authorities need to come out here and see her as we found her, untouched. Unless you want to look like a suspect." "We can't leave her. Animals will get to her. That isn't even up for debate." The two men stared each other down. "You're both right," Damon said. "How can we both be right?" demanded the cousin. "He says we have to leave Mindy here, and I say we have to take her." "Obviously, we can't do both," Damon said. "We have to figure out something in the middle." "How?" The cousin glared at him. "You want to cut her in half?" Wayne asked. Damon narrowed his eyes. "Don't be ridiculous. We're going to have to take as many pictures as we can before we move her. Every angle." Elena looked like she might throw up. "Who's going to take pictures?" asked another cousin. "I don't want those on my phone. The last thing I want is to remember her like this." Wayne held up his phone. "I'll take them, but I suggest someone else takes them too. Technology can and will fail, so we need backup. We have to cover our butts." Everyone looked around before Damon agreed to take photos too. Elena turned around and retched. Ariana wanted to go comfort her, but her stomach roiled at the thought of seeing vomit. While Damon and Wayne snapped photos, everyone else discussed how to move the body. Elena continued to stand back, holding her stomach. Ari went over to her. "Are you okay?"
"I can't believe she's dead."
"Me too. I was really hoping she was just lost."
"What happened? She doesn't even look like anything's wrong. It's like she's just sleeping. Shouldn't there be blood or something? It looks like she just dropped to the ground while in the middle of hiking."
"I have no idea. It really is weird that she doesn't show any signs of trauma. No bruising or cuts or anything."
"How could she have died? Women our age don't just drop dead while camping."
Ariana frowned. "I've actually heard of people having heart attacks and strokes in their 20s. It's rare, but not impossible. She could have had a medical condition."
"Wouldn't her cousins have mentioned it?"
"If they knew about it, they might not have."
"I can't believe this is happening."
"At least it doesn't appear to be foul play." Elena blinked a few times.
Does that really matter? She's still dead.
If it was murder, we'd have to worry about a killer in our midst. Somehow even more color drained from her face. One of the cousins turned to them. "Are you two going to help?" "What's the plan?" Ariana asked. "We're gathering branches to build a stretcher." "Yeah, we'll help." Elena covered her mouth again.
I really can't believe this is happening.
Ariana rested a hand on her shoulder. "Come on. This will help you get your mind off everything." She shook her head, but followed Ari down a path. "Here are some branches. Let's gather them." Elena nodded, and they picked them up. The rest of the group had already piled a good-sized stack. Wayne grabbed the largest ones and laid them flat on the ground. Ari did the same, and the others followed suit. "How are we going to tie them together?" asked one of the cousins. Wayne pulled out something from his pocket. "I have parachute cord. This should be enough." Elena turned to Ariana and whispered,
"Is it weird that he has that on him?"
"Not really. I'm pretty sure Damon has that in our hiking packs."
"Still seems weird to me. I don't really trust that guy."
"He's military. I'm sure he has plenty of wilderness survival training."
"Ex-military. And he didn't say whether he was honorably discharged or not."
Ariana didn't want to admit she had a point. They had two guys in their midst who had showed up on their own. Mindy had been worried about Kirk, and now she was dead. Elena didn't trust Wayne. "Come with me." Ariana headed toward Damon, who was still helping with the branches. He glanced at her. "Are you ready to go back?" "I'm going to take Elena back." Damon dusted his hands on his pants. "I'll go with you. I don't like the idea of you two being alone." "We aren't going to be alone. We'll be together." "You know what I mean. There's already one dead woman, and I don't want to risk anything happening to you two. Kirk could be anywhere." Ari could hardly argue the point. "Okay, thanks. I'm going to tell Chandler and Ward that I'm heading back with you guys." Elena went over to her friends and hurried back. The walk to the campsites was quiet, but Ariana's mind spun. They had one dead camper and two potential suspects, assuming her death wasn't natural. Given that Mindy had voiced her concern about Kirk to a stranger, she had to be pretty worried about him. Her intuition had told her something was off. It had probably been right. She couldn't take her eyes off him when they returned. Then there was Wayne, the lone ex-military man. Aside from those two, she and Damon didn't know any of these people. Statistically, men were more likely to be killers. But women also killed. It was rare, but it happened. Essentially, they couldn't trust anyone. However, Elena was likely safe to be alone with. What killer would vomit at the sight of a dead body? Not only that, but the terror in her eyes wasn't something that could be easily faked. When they reached her campsite, Elena turned to them. "Thanks for walking with me." "We'll stay here with you," Ariana said.
"You don't have to do that."
"She's right," Damon said. "We can't leave you here alone."
"Mindy wasn't murdered. She just died."
"I don't buy it," Ariana said. More color drained from Elena's face.
"You don't?"
"She's young and seemingly healthy. Even her cousins don't know of any health condition. It's too suspicious."
"Maybe she ate some poisonous berries, thinking they were okay."
Ariana exchanged a glance with him. Damon took a seat next to the fire. "That may be, but I'd rather be safe than sorry." Elena yawned.
Okay, but don't be offended if I fall asleep. I'm exhausted.
No worries. Ariana sat next to Damon and looked around. Everyone else was either in their tents or helping to bring Mindy back from the woods. Was one of them a killer? Chapter 12. Denise bolted upright in bed. No, she wasn't in her bed. It was a sleeping bag. She was in a tent with Erica and Leia. They were camping, and a girl was missing. Maybe even dead. She'd heard a bunch of whistling in the distance before going to sleep. The three friends had been drinking and toasting to the demise of their exes when Erica had heard the whistles first. The sounds had been creepy. It reminded her of that one scene in the Titanic. Death. It reminded her of death. She'd barely said more than a friendly hi to Mindy, but she'd been nice. Young, vibrant. It hardly seemed possible she was dead. The girl had looked to be in her early 20s, barely starting out on life. Denise remembered those days well. Before she married, she'd been so bright-eyed and hopeful about the world, about her future. She had dreams of a fulfilling career and a happy marriage. So much for any of that. Her marriage had been a joke, and her job tanked when she got pregnant way before expected. Not only had she been on the pill, but they'd been using condoms as well. Double protection. And it still happened. Not that she regretted her children. They were the light of her life. While her marriage had turned into a monumental disappointment of epic proportions, the kids had brought more joy than she ever imagined. She wasn't one of those girls who dreamed of weddings and baby showers, but she loved being a mom. Her kids were her reason for getting up every morning. In fact, if they weren't with their dad right then, she'd be back at home checking to make sure they were breathing before going to bed herself. Crunch. Denise pulled herself from her thoughts. Something had woken her, and now there was another noise. Sounded like someone outside the tent. Her breath hitched. Shuffle, shuffle. If only Erica and Leia were awake, but they were blissfully unaware anything was wrong. Denise scooted closer to the tent fabric and listened. She didn't want to lean against it and make an impression that someone on the outside could potentially see. Better to have whoever was out there think everyone in here was asleep. Crunch. Someone was definitely in their campsite. It was impossible to tell what the person was doing. She couldn't look without making any noise. Peeking would entail unzipping the tent. Why were zippers always so loud? She crept over to the entrance to see if there was even a tiny space to peek out from. Nothing. The window was no better. Her only two choices were to be a sitting duck or to risk being heard. Denise weighed the options, and as she did, her kids' faces came into her mind. She needed to be strong for them. If she didn't return, it would crush them. They were already having a hard enough time with the divorce and all the corresponding changes. How would they ever handle her unnecessary death? Their dad would remind them every day that their mom had been dumb and selfish to go camping and leave them motherless. She couldn't let that happen. No, she would return home and be there for them, stand up against everything Rob said against her. Holding her breath, she tugged lightly on the zipper at the entrance. It moved, barely making a noise. Relief washed through her. Maybe she could open it unnoticed. It might take an hour at this pace, but she could do it. She'd be brave and return home to her babies. The zipper inched up at the rate of a slug on sleeping pills, but finally she had enough of a space to look outside. All she could see was a tree. Next time she went camping, she was going to pay more attention to what the tent entrance faced. Scrape, Scratch. The sounds sent a chill down her spine. If Mindy was dead, as the nonstop whistles from earlier indicated, then that meant a killer was out there, maybe at one of the other campsites, maybe just outside her tent. She glanced over at her friends, sleeping peacefully. Maybe she should wake them. She needed backup. And if there really was a murderer right outside, they were sitting ducks, unaware of the impending danger. Or it could be nothing. They'd be rightly annoyed if she woke them for nothing. She'd be more than a little irritated if they woke her without provocation. Chances were this was nothing. Everyone else was there for the same reason they were, to get away from civilization. They might not be out there to escape thinking about vindictive exes, but they had their own demons. Unless one of them was actually a killer? Then that person was a demon. She had to find out. Then she would wake her friends if needed. Hopefully this was nothing, and it would just be a story they could laugh about together in the morning. Denise continued with the zipper. It felt like it was taking forever. Meanwhile, the sounds outside not only continued, but increased. Something was definitely going on. This was not her imagination. She needed to hurry. Zip! Her hand froze. Breath hitched. That had been far louder than she'd anticipated. The zipper was loud enough during the day. Now it rang out like a shot. She didn't budge, didn't breathe, didn't blink. Just listened. Intently. Everything was silent. Maybe nobody heard her. She'd have to be more careful. Or perhaps she could squeeze out of the space already open. It was fairly wide. It could work. Hopefully. She grabbed the nearest shoes and slipped them on. Erica would understand. Denise stuck her head outside, squeezed her shoulders through, rested her hand on the ground, inched her way out until she was fully outside the tent. Scraping noises sounded from somewhere, but they were farther away than before. She crept closer to the tent, then peeked around the corner. Everything was black except the few fires still glimmering. Even those were almost down to embers. Then she saw them. A group of people gathered around something on the ground. Not something. Someone. It was a body. Mindy had to be dead. There was no other explanation. Unless somebody else had been killed. But that wasn't possible, was it? She needed to find out. Denise zipped the tent closed. Nobody turned her way. Then she marched over to the group gathered at Mindy and her cousin's campsite. "What do you want?" Kirk glared at her, folding his arms. The look in his eyes turned her blood to ice. "Did you find her?" Denise nodded toward the body. "What does it look like?" "She looks dead." "Bingo." "At least she's getting the respect she deserves." "Go back to bed, old lady." Kirk turned his back to her. Denise's mouth fell open. Old lady? She was only in her early 40s. He was out of his mind. But his callousness toward Mindy's death was more proof of that than anything. She inched around the group, moving away from Kirk. Mindy's body rested on what looked like a makeshift cot. Some of the guys were unfolding a tarp. They were going to cover her rather than take her to a hospital, or wherever you take a dead body. This was all new territory. "Are we leaving her here?" Denise asked. Even though she'd moved to the other side of the group, Kirk still answered. "No, we're leaving her here. You're going back to bed." She ignored him and turned to the nearest guy. "Is that really the plan?" "For now." "But we should take her to the hospital." "It's a little late for that." Kirk snapped. I wasn't talking to you. Your point? It's a bad idea all around, she said. The body could attract wild animals. Plus, if she was killed, time is of the essence. We need to get her to the police so they can figure out what happened. One of the other guys turned to her. We've already talked about all of that. The tarp will keep the wild animals from noticing her just yet. And there's no cell service out here. It's late, and we're all tired. Everything will be better if we get some sleep first. Kirk glared at her. And it isn't like she's going to be any less dead by morning. An unholy anger burned inside her. More than anything, she wanted to punch the smug look off his face. Instead, she returned to the tent. It wasn't like any of them were going to listen to her anyway. She may as well get some sleep, because the morning would most likely arrive far sooner than she wanted. If only there was a way to lock the tent. She didn't trust Kirk one bit. If the look in his eyes was any indication, he'd take great pleasure in hurting her. She would make sure she told the cops as much when she saw them. Chapter 13. Damon pulled the pillow from underneath him and put it on top of his head. Not that it helped him sleep. He couldn't get the image of Mindy's body out of his mind. How was it possible that no matter where he and Ariana decided to go for some rest and relaxation, death followed them? It was inescapable. They couldn't even go on a simple camping trip in November without running into a potential murder. Sure, the death could have been natural or accidental. Nobody could see any signs to the contrary. But it was too suspicious. Mindy had been about their age, maybe even a little younger. It was possible she had a condition nobody knew about. Some people preferred to keep their medical issues private. However, she was close enough to her cousins to go camping with them. Wouldn't she have told them? If something went wrong, she'd want them to be able to help. If they didn't know about it, this exact thing could happen. It didn't sit right with him. If Mindy had a potentially life-threatening condition, she'd have told someone. Everyone who'd talked with her agreed she didn't show any signs of being suicidal. She'd expressed concern about Kirk having joined her cousins. The same person who'd been so rude to Denise when she'd come and asked questions earlier. Everything pointed to Kirk, the guy who'd showed up at the campsite without a reservation. Damon rolled over, trying to push all thoughts from his mind. There was no way he'd be able to get any sleep, not with Ariana next to him. He couldn't risk anything happening to her. Yes, she could take care of herself. His wife was more than capable. She'd already survived horrors most people never dreamed about. As a preteen, she'd escaped a depraved killer. Now she taught others self-defense. But that wouldn't help him sleep. Nothing would remove his need to protect his wife. She meant more to him than anything else in the world. Without her, he had nothing. He would give his life for her, and now that she was carrying their baby, he would work even harder to keep her safe. If that meant not sleeping all weekend, then so be it. Ariana made a small noise, and he bolted up to check on her. She'd pushed half her sleeping bag off and had her hair tangled in her face. He brushed the tresses out of her way and fixed her blankets. Once he was sure she was sound asleep, Damon crept from the tent. He sat in front of the fire, which was nothing more than dull embers at this point, added another log, then pushed everything around with another stick until flames licked the new wood. He watched them dance, but his gaze kept trickling over to the campsite where they'd brought Mindy. He hated that there was a dead body so close, but he hated the fact that someone had died even more. She could have been murdered. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility, even though there weren't any obvious signs of harm. His mind raked over everyone camping for the weekend. Considering he didn't know any of them, they could all be potential killers. Statistically, it was more likely to be one of the men, but women killed too. It just wasn't nearly as often. So far as Damon knew, Mindy didn't have a romantic relationship with anyone here. The husband or boyfriend was always the first suspect. Without one of those, the closest men to her were her cousins. They had all seemed genuinely distraught by both her disappearance and death. Everyone reacts differently in a crisis, so there wasn't a prescriptive, normal reaction. But none of them made him raise an eyebrow. That left everyone else. Kirk was the clear first suspect, not only because she didn't trust him, but also since he was staying with them at their campsite. What kind of person just shows up and joins a group of strangers? He must have something to hide. Even if he did live in the woods, he'd have some sort of shelter set up as a home base. Wayne was another potential lead. While he was just another camper, he still came alone and was pretty bossy. That could be because of his military service, but it could also be for numerous other, darker reasons. Seemed like the kind of guy who might have a problem with a woman expressing her opinion or taking charge in any way. If he'd had a confrontation with Mindy, it might have turned south fast. That left Chandler, Ward, and Vince, the guy celebrating his 10th wedding anniversary. They all seemed like normal guys. Not that Damon had much of a chance to speak with Vince, but who could blame him for hiding out? He clearly just wanted to be alone with his wife, especially since they didn't have much time to themselves with kids running around. That was something Damon would soon understand. It made his heart flutter to think about it. He couldn't wait to see the face of the baby that was half him and half Ariana. What a thrill that would be. To watch him or her grow up, to have a guiding hand in that. He would parent like his mom, not his father. If only his mom had lived longer to show him how to be the best parent possible. But she wasn't, thanks to his dad. His entire body tensed thinking of Cal Jones. A cold chill ran through his body despite the heat of the flame. If the other campers found out Damon was the son of a notorious serial killer, they would suspect him of Mindy's death over anyone else. Nobody ever looked at him the same after finding out about his parentage. Well, not nobody. Ariana and their good friends never had. They knew he wasn't his father. But most people weren't as generous. And with a dead body not far away, he couldn't fault anyone for not trusting him. Luckily, Jones was a common enough last name that people didn't jump to make the connection between him and his dad. It wasn't like his name was Ridgway or something else that stuck out. He'd have to make sure none of the other campers found out his connection to Cal Jones. Chapter 14. Ariana rubbed her eyes and took a moment to figure out where she was. Everything from the night before came flooding back. Mindy had been found dead in the woods, and they'd made a stretcher to carry her body back to the campsite. It gave her chills thinking about a corpse being so close. Tears pricked her eyes, even though she had barely known Mindy. She had talked with her. It seemed like they might get along, and Ariana wanted to get some reading recommendations from her. Now that would never happen. She'd been so alive, seemed so healthy and vibrant. It was surreal that she was now dead. How fast the tides can turn. Did she really have a medical condition her cousins didn't know about? But if she did have something that could potentially be life-threatening, wouldn't she have told them so they would know what to do if anything went wrong? Even if it was embarrassing, it would only make sense to tell them so she wouldn't die. Like she did. It seemed more likely someone else had killed her. Maybe it was an accident. Only an autopsy would reveal the truth. Ariana sat up and stretched. Maybe the park ranger had already arrived with the police to take the body away. They might have answers before heading back home. Damon snored lightly next to her, so she got up quietly, then stepped outside into the bright morning. The sun was pretty high in the sky, so it had to be pretty late. The ranger could easily have come and gone by now. She zipped the tent closed, then walked around the fire pit, which surprisingly still had bright embers. Conversation sounded not far away. Ari walked in that direction. A tarp still covered most of the makeshift stretcher from the night before. What stuck out appeared even more rudimentary than it had in the dark. Her heart sank at the realization that Mindy's body was still there. Nobody had arrived to have it examined. But at the same time, no wild animals had bothered it either. But she, was still there. A reminder. Ari shivered, even though the air was warm. The conversation continued. Ariana downed a water bottle, then headed toward the voices. As she neared, the tones of speech seemed to grow sharper. They were arguing about something. Was the ranger unable to get out here? Or maybe the police couldn't make it out to take the body. Any number of things could be wrong. She rounded a corner at one of the tents to find 5 of the guys gathered. Chandler, Ward, and Mindy's 3 cousins. "What's going on?" Ariana asked. The men all turned to her, each with wild eyes. Ward spoke first. "Elena's gone." Ari's stomach dropped. "What?" Chandler raked his fingers through his hair. "She's missing now." "What happened?" "She must have gotten up before us," Ward said. "Her sleeping bag was empty, and we haven't been able to find her anywhere." "Where did you look?" "All over the campsite and around the lake. She told us she didn't want to go anywhere near the trails, so we know she wouldn't have gone there." Ariana's heart skipped a beat. "Unless she didn't have a choice." Chandler's face drained of color. "You don't think... Look what happened to Mindy." "There's no proof anyone hurt her," Ward snapped. Mindy also expressed direct concern about Kirk. Ari shot the 3 cousins a glare. None of them had said a word since she arrived. "You all have spent time with him. Do you think he'd hurt your cousin?" "No, he's cool. He was with us when she disappeared. He told us he didn't do anything." Ariana sighed. "That's not convincing. Where was he last night?" "In our tent. He's still there." "You're sure he didn't go anywhere last night? There wasn't a time when you were all 3 sleeping and didn't see him slip out?" The 3 cousins exchanged wearied glances, but nobody answered. "What are we going to do about Elena?" Ward snapped. "We can't do anything to help Mindy, but we can help her." One of the cousins balled his hand into a fist. "Chill," Ariana said. "He's right. We need to focus on Elena now." She turned back to Ward and Chandler. "You 2 didn't hear her leave?" Chandler shook his head. If his face grew any paler, he might collapse. "You're sure she didn't say anything about wanting to go anywhere? Check out anything nearby?" "Not alone." Ward wrung his hands together. "She's really freaked out about what happened to Mindy. We all are." Chandler glanced in the direction of the body, which wasn't visible from where they stood. "It looks like we need to gather another search party," Ari said. The three cousins grumbled before one of them spoke. "We need to make sure the authorities take Mindy's body. If we go out looking for this other chick, her name's Elena." Ward glowered at him. "Whatever. I'm not going anywhere until Mindy's taken care of properly." A headache was starting to form behind Ariana's eyes. "Okay, you stay with Mindy's body. Everyone else can look for Elena. We need to let the others know what's going on and get moving. We'll meet back here in 5 minutes." She didn't wait for any replies before racing back to her tent and waking Damon. When he sat up and rubbed his eyes, she noticed dark circles. "How much sleep did you get?" she asked. He yawned. "Not much. I don't know what time I finally fell asleep. What's going on?" "Elena's missing." "Are you serious?" "Unfortunately." Damon scrambled out of his sleeping bag. "How long ago?" "She wasn't in the tent when her friends woke." "2 missing women in as many days?" Ari frowned. "I know. What's going on at this campground?" "That's what I'd like to figure out." He pulled on a hoodie and slid a ball cap over his hair. "Let's start looking for her." Ariana filled him in on everything she knew as they made their way back to where everyone else was gathered. It only took a few minutes for everyone to figure out where they were going to spread out. Damon clung to Ari's hand as they began their search. Chapter 15. Ariana's heart raced as she and Damon turned down a path she hadn't noticed before. "Is this where we're supposed to go?" He glanced around. "Yeah. Ward said to turn left just past the bathrooms and before the basketball hoops." The dirt path had tall weeds sticking up and snaking all around it. "Does anyone ever go down here?" "I'm sure it gets more foot traffic during the summers." "If you say so, but it doesn't look like anyone has been down here in a while. Did anyone check this area when we were looking for Mindy?" "I think the cousins did." "Are you doing okay?" He gave her hand a quick squeeze. "Yeah, I think I'm just having weird feelings because of Mindy and now Elena. It can't be a coincidence." "Unless Elena isn't really missing." "You don't think she is?" He shrugged. "I'm saying we don't know yet. Did she say anything about getting weird vibes from anyone? Mindy didn't trust Kirk. Maybe she didn't either." "If she did, I don't remember her saying anything. Now I need to pay closer attention to everything people say. Anybody could be next." She shuddered. "Let's hope it doesn't come down to that." "At the rate we're going, it wouldn't surprise me." "Do you want to go back home?" he asked. "Or find a hotel?" She hesitated. While things weren't ideal at the campground, Damon was right that they didn't really know if Elena was actually missing. What if she'd just gone on a hike and everyone had jumped to conclusions because of what happened with Mindy? "No, we should wait it out. We've already got our tent set up, and I still want to see the sunrise over the lake." "If you're sure. It really wouldn't be a big deal to take down the tent, and I'm certain we can easily find a hotel room somewhere near here. There are sure to be plenty near the freeway." "We can decide later, after we know more about what's going on with Elena." "If someone is picking off women, we need to get out of here." "I agree. Even though I know how to defend myself, more is at stake now." He gave her a quick kiss. "Exactly." They continued wandering down the path. Ariana was surprised to see a bunch of games and sporting activities. This area was more like a summer camp than a campground, but at least it was more open, and she could see much better with all the space. However, it was a ghost town. Nobody was there. They checked every nook and cranny. So they headed back to the campsites. Everyone except Elena's 2 friends had gathered back together. The tiny hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as she and Damon made their way to the others. Ariana glanced around. No one was overtly watching her. Nobody from the group even glanced their way. They were all focused on their conversation. Though the trees gave plenty of cover to anyone who wanted to hide. As they neared, Wayne turned to them. "Didn't find anything?" "No," Damon said. "Nobody else did either." "Correct. The girl's friends went out looking again." Ariana held back a sigh. Any of them could be guilty of either Mindy's death or Elena's disappearance, but none of them was the cause of her feeling watched. What was really going on? She studied everyone. Mindy's cousins all looked a lot more tired and disheveled than the day before. Their friend, Kirk, didn't appear any different since yesterday. In fact, judging by him alone, Ariana would have never guessed anything was wrong, much less that 2 campers had gone missing, one of whom was later found dead. Wayne was just as bossy as the night before. The married couple was off to the side, keeping to themselves as they had the entire time. The group of divorced women were as pale as Ariana felt she must be too. "She has to be somewhere," Denise said. "Where haven't we checked?" Wayne gestured toward the woods. "There's a lot of ground to cover in there." Denise squared her shoulders. "We have to find her. Someone is picking off the women one by one. Any of us could be next." She glanced around the group, making eye contact with each of the women. "I'm about ready to take off. The last thing I'm going to do is risk leaving my kids without their mom." "Have at it." Kirk waved toward the exit. She glared at him, and her 2 friends joined her. Damon stepped forward. "We're all in this together. Nobody wants to see anyone else go missing, and we all want to find Elena. I think someone should go and find the nearest police station." Kirk turned to him. "What's your obsession with the cops?" "Obsession?" "Yeah. Pretty sure it was you who brought up contacting them last night." Damon narrowed his eyes. "One woman is dead, and another is missing. The situation more than calls for it, especially since the ranger hasn't gotten back to anyone." Vince, the guy celebrating his anniversary, put his arm around his wife. "I've called the park ranger multiple times and left messages. If the guy had any interest in helping us, he'd have arrived by now." A chill ran down Ariana's back. Why wouldn't he come and check out the situation by now? "Got me," Vince shrugged. "But one thing is clear. We're on our own." "That's it," Denise said. "I'm out of here. We have a killer on the loose, and the only person who is supposed to be watching out for us is missing too. This is too much." "Don't let the gate hit you on the way out," Kurt snapped. She put her hands on her hips. "Excuse me?" "Your whining isn't helping anything. Bye-bye." He waved rudely. Denise whispered with her friends before turning back to him. "Are you the one behind the disappearances? Mindy didn't trust you. It's hardly a secret." "She was crazy." Erica's mouth fell open. "Are you for real?" "Why do you think she was so conspiratorial toward me?" "Because you showed up out of nowhere and befriended her cousins right before she was murdered?" Kirk laughed. "That's rich." "Rich?" Ariana stepped closer to him. "She's dead." Damon reached for her, but she moved out of his grasp. "Because she was stupid." Leia glared at Mindy's cousins. "Are you going to let him talk about her like that? She's your family." One of them shrugged. He's right about her being crazy. Her dad had a different mom than the rest of our parents. That branch of the family didn't exactly grow straight. She's always been a little cuckoo.
Ariana could hardly believe her ears. Are you serious?
Yeah.
The ice in his eyes turned Ari's blood cold.
Denise marched toward her tent.
I'm out of here. No woman is safe around you people.
You'd be singing a different tune if you actually got to know Mindy, her cousin said. Yeah, we loved her because she's family, but the girl was off her rocker. Big time.
I'm packing my things too. Ari marched toward her and Damon's campsite. This is getting way out of hand. I'll let the authorities know what's going on once I get a cell signal.
Kirk scowled at her. You do that. We'll all be a lot better off.
Don't talk to her like that.
Damon stepped forward, balling his fists. Why? Kirk cocked a brow. What are you going to do about it?
I'll put you in your place, that's what.
Damon raised his fists.
Ariana pulled on his arm. Don't. It isn't worth it. Of course it is. Nobody talks to you like that.
He isn't worth it.
Let's go.
Kirk sneered. Yeah, listen to your ball and chain. Damon lunged for him, swinging his fists. Ari's heart sank.
Damon, please.
Yeah, Damon. Kirk mocked Ariana's tone.
Please don't hurt the big, bad, scary man.
Several people spoke at once. Ariana managed to meet Damon's gaze. She pleaded with her eyes. She's got you whipped, doesn't she? Kirk laughed. She pulled hard enough that Damon took a few steps.
Let's just go. We can do more by finding the authorities.
Yeah, listen to the wifey. Kirk made a rude expression. Damon took a deep breath and turned to Ariana. Let's pack up. Relief washed through her. They were finally leaving. The police could handle Mindy's body and the search for Elena. Chapter 16. Denise's heart threatened to explode out of her chest as she threw the last of her things in the car. She'd come on this trip to celebrate her freedom with her friends. Instead, she was running for her life from another crazy man. 2 women had already disappeared. One of them was dead. It was too surreal to actually be happening, but it was. She wasn't going to stick around to be the next victim. Not when her kids needed her. Bad enough they had to be with their narcissistic dad half the time. She couldn't let Rob become their sole caregiver. She was the kids' buffer, the person who was showing them a better way to live. They needed her. Leia stepped in front of her.
You sure you want to go?
You sure you don't?
Nobody else has gone missing.
We don't know it will stay that way.
I'm sure that Elena girl is going to show up saying she got lost on the wrong trail. Heck, for all we know, this is all a sick joke. She and her friends are fresh out of college. Kids that age love pranks.
Denise shook her head. I'm not taking that chance. If you change your mind, let me know now. I'll help take down the tent and put out the campfire.
I'm not going anywhere.
Leia opened the tent.
What about you, Erica?
Not a chance.
See? We're safe.
Leia turned back to Denise, who threw her arms around Leia. Please stay safe. I don't want to hear that either of you were killed after I left.
I'm smarter than that.
Mindy and Elena probably thought that too.
We are smarter. We're old enough to be their moms.
Speak for yourself, Erica called from the tent. We had to be teenagers when they were born.
Physically, we could have had babies back then, Leia pointed out. We're older and wiser. You can't argue that.
Erica said something Denise didn't catch. Denise checked her car. I think I have everything. I'm going to take off. Don't have fun, Leia pouted. You're ruining our girls' weekend. Whoever killed Mindy did that, not me. Denise poked her head into the tent and gave Leia a hug. Stay safe. If you two sense anything off, promise me you'll get out of here. Promise. Leia held up a pinky. Denise rolled her eyes. Be aware of your surroundings and the people. One of those guys is trouble, and my bet is on Kirk. We'll use the buddy system. That isn't a bad idea. There's a reason we always tell the kids to use it. Leia waved at her. Denise stepped toward her car, then gave her friends a long look, worried it might be the last time she saw them. She'd stay to help keep them safe, but she couldn't risk her own life when her kids needed her. It wasn't negotiable. She climbed into her car, checked everything again, then started the engine. It roared to life. Part of her had expected something to go wrong. She wouldn't put it past Kirk to mess with the cars to keep them from leaving. Maybe her friends were right, and she was overreacting. But she'd rather be alive and overreacting than dead. Denise waved to her friends before pulling out of the campsite and heading down the dirt road. Disappointment washed through her. She'd really been looking forward to the weekend with her friends. They'd been having fun up until Mindy disappeared. Now she was dead, and another woman was missing. It was too much. They couldn't have a light-hearted girls' weekend under those circumstances. Not when someone was clearly targeting the women there. A shudder ran through her as she turned the steering wheel, following the uneven road. She was definitely making the right decision to leave. Denise rounded another corner, slammed on her brakes. The exit was blocked. 3 large trees were down, piled on top of each other. Behind them stood a rusty tow truck. Not only was the only way out blocked, but it had also been done on purpose. Her skin prickled as she looked around. She grabbed her phone and used the camera app to zoom in on the fallen trees. Axe marks. Someone had chopped the trees so they landed where they were. They'd also put the tow truck there. It was far enough from the campsites that they hadn't heard a thing. That was a lot of effort to put in just to keep people from leaving. Kirk must really want them all stuck as his potential victims. She checked her phone for a signal. Nothing. A lump formed in her throat. She ignored it, blinked back tears, then jumped out of the car. There had to be another way out, and she would find it. She climbed into her car to drive back to the campsite. The keys were missing from the ignition. She'd left them there. Even so, Denise checked her pockets. Empty. She shined her light on the car's floor. No keys. Driving back was out of the question. She would have to walk the half-mile to her friends. There were no other options. Tiny hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and bumps formed down her arms. She ignored them, slammed the car door shut, and marched toward the camping area. The night was eerily quiet, but at least she would hear anyone who tried to approach her. Not that she had any weapons, but she would fight with everything in her. At least she was more than halfway back. Soon enough, she and her friends would figure out their next move. Snap! Denise turned toward the noise. "Stop now," said a gruff male voice. She screamed. Chapter 17. Damon froze mid-step. That had been a scream. No doubt about it. He waited for another one. It didn't come. Had that been Elena? Or was someone else missing now? He turned to Ariana. "Lock yourself in the car. Don't get out until I come back." "What?" Damon didn't wait for a response. He bolted in the direction of the scream. It sounded near the entrance. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad that there hadn't been another yell. His heart clawed up his throat, making it hard to breathe as he pushed himself to run faster with each step he took. There were already 2 missing people. They couldn't have a third. It was too much. Either way, he was about to find out. He skidded to a stop as he neared the exit. A car idled in the middle of the road. He couldn't tell if anyone was inside. It was packed full of camping gear. "Hello?" Silence. He ran over to the driver's side. The door was open. Nobody was inside. No, not another missing camper. His stomach crashed to the ground. Denise had said she was going to leave. This had to be her car. He looked around. Didn't see anyone. "Denise?" Nothing. No footprints to indicate where she'd gone. Damon cupped his hands around his mouth. "Denise, are you okay?" He raced around the still-running vehicle. Looked all around. "Denise!" Something sounded to his left. Rustling leaves. Damon reached into his pocket and pulled out his knife. "Is someone there?" Crunch. A branch. "I have a weapon." "Damon?" asked a feminine voice. He whipped around in the direction. Denise poked her head from behind a tree. His knees turned to rubber. She was safe. He lowered his knife. "What happened?" "Someone blocked the exit." She pointed in the direction as she stepped out from the tree. "I got out of my car to check it out, and then I heard a guy say something. He ran off when I screamed." "Did you see who it was?" She shook her head. "Did you recognize his voice?" "I wish." "You're sure he left?" "He ran that way." She pointed into the woods toward the campsites. "Go back and tell everyone the exit is blocked. I'll see if I can find him." He ran in the direction she thought the man had gone. It was likely he wouldn't find the guy. He would just blend in with the rest of the campers and claim he'd been there the whole time. They would know for sure who it was if Denise recognized his voice, assuming he hadn't disguised it when he spoke to her. At least he'd run instead of attacking her when she screamed. Otherwise, they'd have another missing woman. And they already had a blocked exit to contend with. He hadn't been able to get a good look at it, but it appeared to be heavily blocked. Someone had gone to great lengths to make sure nobody could get away. They were trapped with a killer. Damon searched high and low, but didn't see anyone. Whoever had approached Denise was long gone. He'd had several minutes since her scream to hide, probably in plain sight. He would be with other campers, pretending to be in the dark about everything. By the time Damon reached the campsite, Ariana was nowhere to be seen. She could take care of herself. She was better prepared than anyone else here. But still, he didn't know where she was. Voices sounded from another campsite. He found most everyone gathered where they'd been before, but everyone looked twice as freaked out as before. Not that it was surprising. They not only had a dead camper and a missing one, but now the exit had been blocked on purpose, and someone had approached Denise when she'd been alone. He scanned the group for Ariana. When he caught sight of her, he raced to her side, then pulled her into a tight embrace. Even with that reassurance, he never wanted to let her go. She clung to him. "Did you hear about the exit?" "I saw it." "What are we going to do?" "We're going to have to move the tree and the tow truck.
There isn't another way out?
Not that I know of. Her shoulders fell. Damon whistled to get everyone's attention. It worked. They all turned toward him. We need to remove the fallen trees and the tow truck. Otherwise, none of us can get out of here. Does anyone have a saw or an axe? Everyone gave him blank stares. Me neither. All I have is a knife, and it'll take all month to get through those trunks with that. What else do we have? Several people spoke at once, but it was clear they didn't have anything that would do much good against 3 large trees. Damon's knife would take days to get through a tree trunk, and by then it would be useless as a weapon. Then there was the matter of the tow truck, which they didn't have a key for. They were all trapped, and one of them was very likely a killer. Chapter 18. Ariana dug through their food supply, then scarfed down a protein bar. She was starving. Whether from the pregnancy or stress, she didn't know. The bar helped, but it wasn't enough. She needed more. Most of what they brought was for meals, which she didn't have the time or patience for. Not since they were now trapped with no way out. How could nobody have brought an axe? Some of the other campers seemed like the kind of people who would be prepared for anything. Then again, some of them might label her and Damon the same way. They'd brought a lot of gear, but they hadn't thought about having to cut through tree trunks. It was supposed to be a calm and relaxing weekend. She should have known better than to expect it to be simple. Nothing ever seemed to go that easily for them. Even Rita's wedding getaway, not that long ago, had turned into a murderous disaster. They couldn't escape it, and she didn't dare bring up the topic with Damon. He took this type of thing so personally because of his serial killer dad. She didn't believe in a curse or a family gene that made him more prone to these situations. But she also couldn't deny they ran into an unusually high number of these kinds of things. Which, in a way, was kind of a benefit. They had a leg up on most of the others stuck here. How many killers had they managed to escape and outwit? She didn't want to think about it. That meant they had experience on their side. Not only that, but they knew personal safety inside and out. They spoke on the topic often and had written a book on the matter. But now she was pregnant. Their baby's life was in her hands. If anything happened to her, their child would be affected. She found another water bottle and gulped that down. At this rate, they would run out of those before long. Out of habit, she checked her phone for the time, but it wasn't in her pocket. It had died and was in the car waiting to charge as soon as they started the engine. Several of the guys, including Damon, had gone over to work on breaking down the fallen tree trunks. It sounded like a nearly hopeless situation from what he and Denise had described. Ari stifled a yawn, not sure how she could be tired already. Well, she knew how, but it still seemed impossible given the situation. She needed to be at the top of her game. They should have stayed home or gone to a resort like Damon had suggested. But after what happened at Rita's wedding, camping seemed like a much safer option. She laughed aloud at the thought of it. Now they were surrounded by woods and didn't know which other camper was a killer. They still hadn't found Elena. Ariana sat on a log and poked the campfire. She needed to save her energy, and pacing the campsite while she waited for Damon wasn't doing her any good. It made her feel like a sitting duck, an exhausted sitting duck. If things were any different, she would climb into the tent and take a nap. But there was no way to stay safe while sleeping. She and Damon would have to rest in shifts. He was the only person she fully trusted. Anyone else could be behind Mindy's death and Elena's disappearance. She couldn't write any of them off as potential suspects. Her eyelids grew heavy. She couldn't let herself fall asleep. Not until Damon returned, though he'd probably want some rest after trying to cut a thick trunk with just a knife. Maybe what she needed to do was to empty more stuff from the car and sleep in the back seat. She could lock herself in and set the alarm. Damon had a key if he needed to get in. She blinked several times. Not that it helped. What she needed was sleep. The pregnancy exhaustion was hitting earlier than she expected. Either that, or it was the stress of everything else. Not that the reason mattered. Fact was, she wouldn't be able to stay awake much longer. And regardless of what precautions she took, a killer would not be put off if amply motivated. Neither a tent nor a car would keep a determined criminal at bay. At least sleeping in a car with an alarm and tinted windows might be enough of a deterrent to actually help. She wouldn't be the easiest target, and predators almost always went for the path of least resistance. Even just a little extra layer of protection could make the difference. Ari hurried to the car. The back seat was covered in bags, tools, food, and other items. She moved the tools to the floor and tossed the bags into the trunk, where the tent and sleeping bags had been. Now she had room to lie down and get the rest her body craved. The tiny hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. A cold chill ran down her back. She whipped around. Didn't see anyone. Goosebumps ran down her arms and back. Someone was definitely watching her. Probably one of the campers. Possibly a killer. She reached into her pocket where she had a large pocket knife. Gripping the handle comforted her. With a flick of her wrist, the blade would flip out. It would only take a second to defend herself and was the only reason Damon was willing to leave her alone while he went with the others to work on the logs. He'd wanted her to stay with some of the other campers, but she didn't trust anyone. Neither did he. She climbed into the car, but the uneasiness didn't lift, so she slammed the door and set the alarm. Momentarily comforted by the safety barrier, she more carefully scanned her surroundings. Then she saw him. Kirk. He stood at the edge of the trees, staring straight at her. Chapter 19. Ariana's heart leaped into her throat, and she gasped for air. Kirk continued staring directly at her. He didn't even bother to hide it. The creep wanted her to know he was watching her. Her skin tingled, and her pulse thrummed in her ears. Given the dark windows, he shouldn't be able to see her. Not now, with the car closed up. But he seemed to stare right into her soul. That was ridiculous, and she knew it. Not that it stopped her from feeling that way. He was most likely just watching the car and knew where she'd gone in. Still, it seemed they were staring right into each other's eyes. Which was impossible. She knew it. He knew it. Kirk just wanted to scare her, to get under her skin. And it was working. Not that she'd let him know. She slid down in the seat and pressed herself against it. Could still see him. Barely. He didn't budge. Just leaned against the tree like he was some kind of lone ranger waiting to do his work. Part of her wanted to run over, squeeze his collar, and demand he tell her where he was hiding Elena. Instead, she sat. Waited. It was a showdown, though he couldn't possibly know she was still watching him. Or could he? No, there was no way to see through the tinted windows. Even in the brightest summer day, it was next to impossible to catch a glimpse of anything in the vehicle. Damon had made sure of that before purchasing the darkest tint allowable by the law. Actually, he'd gone darker than that once guaranteed no cop could tell the difference to issue a citation. Not that it mattered now. Time drew by slowly as she waited for Kirk to leave his post. It was turning into a battle of the wills. She slinked down below the window line, spread out across the seat, closed her eyes. Sleep mocked her. There was no resting while her heart pounded like a ticking bomb. Time moved even slower now. She needed to see if Kirk had moved. Her curiosity burned. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, she inched higher, glanced in his direction. He was gone. Her breath caught. She bolted upright and looked all around. The only people in sight were Mindy's cousins, who had refused to help with the fallen trees. Kirk wasn't with them. He didn't appear to be anywhere. Had he crept over to her campsite? Not knowing was infinitely worse than being able to see him. She should have stayed upright. Now he could be anywhere. Probably was closer to her. Maybe even going through the tent. At least she was inside the car with the alarm set. He couldn't get inside without alerting everyone within hearing distance of the horn. She struggled to breathe normally. Scooted closer to the nearest window. Pressed her nose against the cold glass. Studied everything in sight. Looked for the flannel-clad man trying to conceal himself. Succeeding, if he was hiding. Nothing moved outside. Not even a breeze rustled the leaves. He could be creeping closer to her and she wouldn't know it. If he was sly enough to have kidnapped both Mindy and Elena, he was talented enough to get over to her campsite unseen. Ariana's stomach lurched at the thought. Or was it hormones? She wasn't very far along at all, so it had to be nerves. A potential murderer had his eyes set on her. That was enough to light anyone's digestive system on fire. She needed to do something. It would be safer to have numbers on her side. She should join one of the other groups while waiting for Damon to return. Or was she actually better off locked in the car? If Kirk decided to break in and go after her, it would be harder to get away. He could reach her and grab her easily with so little room in the vehicle. Especially if she slept. She'd have only seconds to wake, figure out what was going on and get away. He would have every advantage, especially given the sleep fogs she'd been experiencing over the last week. Trusting strangers was a better bet than hoping for the best in a constricted space. Ari turned in a slow circle, looking all around. Given the dark cover of the trees, creating a wall of perfect hiding spots, it was impossible to tell where Kirk might be. The man could be anywhere. She checked the knife in her pocket. Still in place. Was there anything else in the car she could use as a weapon? Nothing stood out, and she couldn't afford much time to glance down. Any distraction gave him more opportunity to approach unseen. Why hadn't she insisted on going with Damon? They shouldn't have gone in separate ways. Of all the campers, they knew better. But they'd been so focused on getting out. He had the best knife of anyone there. It had seemed like the logical thing for him to go with the group to work on the tree trunks. Now it seemed irrational. What if Kirk had been lying about what he had with him? For all anyone knew, he might actually have a saw on him. Or worse yet, a gun. Nobody had asked about that. But Mindy hadn't been killed by a bullet. She had no visible signs indicating what had killed her. No wounds, no marks, nothing. Not that anyone had removed her clothes. That would be up to the coroner. At this rate, the coroner might end up really busy after the weekend. With each passing minute, the chances of Elena ending up like Mindy grew more likely. And now it seemed Ariana might be next on the list. No, she wouldn't. Not with her skills, not with the knife, and definitely not with the alarm set. If that went off, Everyone would come running. She could also blare the horn herself, independent of the alarm. Kirk wouldn't stand a chance. It would be him against everyone else. His best bet, if he was smart, was to keep going after people who were alone. Like Ariana. She had two options. Either stay where she was and hope he wouldn't want to risk dealing with a secure vehicle, or she could make a run for it. Her best option would be Denise, Leia, and Erica. Assuming they weren't the actual killers. It was unlikely, as they appeared as terrified as anyone else. However, appearances could be deceiving. Deadly deceiving. Even so, they were her best bet with Damon still working on the logs. She needed to make a run for it. Chapter 20. He continued crouching, watching, waiting. She hadn't moved since getting in the car. Not that the tinted windows helped anything. They were darker than most cars, but none of the doors had opened. She was like a little target, just itching to be caught. The thought made his mouth water. That one would be so much more of a challenge than the other two. The first one tried fighting back, but her efforts were laughable. She'd been so easy to capture and kill, it almost held no challenge. Almost. He'd been behind bars for so long, his skills had gone a little rusty. Who knew murder was like riding a bike? Muscle memory might fade, but it came back fast. And with perfect clarity. The second one was a different story altogether. It had been so long since he'd had the opportunity, but now it was like going to a farm to pick fruit. He had many choices now. It was like Christmas, especially with everyone trapped. None of them could get out. Not with their cars, anyway. If any decided to leave by foot, he could take their vehicles and drive off into the sunset. Unlike the rest of them, he'd found another way out. The others never would. They wouldn't venture that far into the forest. It would be a tight squeeze, and any car would get scratched up, but what did he care? It wouldn't be his. This whole situation was better than if his ride had shown up after his escape. Running into a bunch of people crazy enough to camp in November beat anything he'd dreamed of. It was like this entire thing was his reward for time served, and he was more than happy to take advantage of it. He might get captured after this. The sirens from before he went into the woods showed he was already on their radar. If caught, he'd never walk free again. Not after escaping the prison transport van. They would take extra precautions with him. He'd have extra eyes on him every time. Everything had worked out perfectly in his favor when he escaped. But it was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. He'd gotten help from the outside. Knew a guy who knew a guy that was more than happy to make everything happen. No way that would fall into his lap again. He would do whatever it would take to stay free. If the campers started to catch on to him, he'd flee in a heartbeat. But so far, everyone seemed to trust him. It gave him the perfect cover to finally live out the fantasies he'd been dreaming up all those years behind bars. These kills were even better than the ones before his imprisonment. Now, he really appreciated them, even if he was a little sloppy the first time around. But he must not have done too bad a job, because the campers couldn't even agree if she'd been killed or died of natural causes. Of course, they hadn't looked under her clothes. It was like they were a bunch of Puritans. But that worked to his advantage. They still had doubt. Maybe she died naturally. She hadn't. Not even close. That too was laughable. But once she fell under the scrutiny of a coroner, everyone would know the truth. It hadn't been natural causes at all. Now they were distracted by the search for his second victim. Good luck with that. He'd been careless with the first one. Made it too easy for people to find her. Not a blunder he'd make again. They'd really have to try to find the second one. Each time, he would improve. If everything went as planned, not one of the campers would live to escape the woods and tell the authorities about him. Not that they'd be able to find the park ranger. That man wouldn't be able to help anyone ever again. He had made certain of that. Nobody would find that guy now. Not alive. Chapter 21. Ariana's breath hitched as she reached for the lock. She hesitated. Kirk had returned and now leaned against a tall pine tree. While every other guy in camp was either trying to break down the fallen logs or out searching for Elena, he was just chilling against a tree. And why not? He didn't actually care about anyone here. He'd shown up on his own and joined a group of cousins. And the one cousin who didn't trust him was now dead. It couldn't be a coincidence. It just couldn't. Ari stared him down. Not that he could see her through the dark windows. She had two choices. Wait for him to leave again, or run. She'd been ready to race over to the three women's tent a few minutes earlier, but she'd hesitated. For good reason. Mindy had been worried about Kirk, and look where she ended up. Ariana might be better off in the car, but she hated feeling like a sitting duck. If Kirk didn't move, she might just have to make a run for it and take her chances. She leaned back in the seat and closed her eyes, resting her palm on her stomach. What would be the best choice? The safest one for her and the baby. For now, Kirk wasn't moving, just leaning against the tree, keeping an eye on all the campers. Maybe he thought he was being an unofficial sheriff or something. What if she was wrong about him? He could just be trying to help. Or he could be waiting for the next lone woman to appear so he could drag her off like the other two. Ari took a few deep breaths and pushed everything from her mind. Then she brought up all her self-defense knowledge. It wasn't just head knowledge. She'd practiced and taught the techniques time and time again. She'd escaped multiple madmen. It was time to do it again. She had her skills. She had an unusually large knife and a whistle. And she only needed to get a few hundred yards away. This wasn't the Olympics. She could do this, and she would. If nothing else, she could distract herself by talking with the other women while hiding in a tent. They would outnumber Kirk 4-1. Ari grabbed everything she would need that fit into her pockets and reached for the handle. Hesitated. He was still out there, watching, waiting. Was he faster than her? Would anyone come running if she screamed? There weren't a lot of people in the campsites right now between those working on the tree trunks and those searching. But there were enough. And she knew how to take care of herself. She'd already talked herself through all of her skills and previous experiences. It was time to stop being afraid and to jump into action. She double-checked her pockets, sure she had everything necessary for survival. She opened the door. It sounded like a sonic boom through the silent air, like a homing beacon for every criminal in a 50-mile radius. Only because she was inside. It wasn't that loud to anyone else. Chilly air breezed in. She drew in a deep breath before climbing out and standing tall. Kirk hadn't budged from his spot. Hopefully he'd stay in his position. Their gazes locked. She froze, tried not to show any fear, but her eyes probably told the whole story. She slammed the door shut, remote-locked the car, glanced back and forth between Kirk and the women's tent. He was about halfway between, but farther back. If she ran, staying away from him, she could make it. She could also scream, blow her whistle, fight back. He would be crying out in misery before he knew what happened. She had this. Ariana took another deep breath, readied her feet, prepared her muscles. Ran. Gravel and twigs crunched underfoot. The breeze brushed against her exposed skin. Everything in her pockets weighed her down. Kirk didn't move. It had to be some kind of trick. Why else wouldn't he go after her? She was a woman alone, his perfect opportunity. Yet he wasn't taking it. Maybe he could sense she was more than he wanted to deal with, despite the fear churning through her body. Something about her must have been sending the signal that she wasn't one to mess with. Relief started to wash through her as she grew closer to the other tent. Her muscles relaxed. She was going to make it. The killer wasn't going after her. Something in his expression changed. A slight shift in his eyes. He ran. She wasn't going to get away so easily. Ariana prepared her lungs, ready to scream. The tent was just out of reach. She could hear voices inside. Almost there. Dust flew behind Kirk as he ran in her direction. Ariana screamed, reached for her whistle. The noise rang out. Her throat and lungs burned from the exertion. It didn't slow Kirk down. His eyes narrowed as he focused on her. Chapter 22. Denise's heart sank. She looked around at her friends. Their wide eyes told her they'd heard just the same thing. A woman screaming. Leia clutched her hoodie. "Was that?" Erica nodded. They had to do something. If not, they could be next. The women were getting picked off one by one. Nobody had even found Elena yet, though they all knew it was only a matter of time. If they'd had any doubts before the exit had been blocked, there was no question now. Somebody wanted to take out the rest of them. None of them were safe. No woman camping was. Denise scrambled from her sleeping bag, nearly knocking over the current-open bottle of wine. Erica steadied it. "What are you doing? We need to help. And get ourselves killed?" Denise reached for the zipper. "We have to watch out for each other. There aren't many of us left." Leia wrapped her hoodie around herself. "We have to find another way out of here. Sitting in here isn't helping anything." Denise opened the tent. It took a moment to register the scene before her. Ariana raced toward her. Kirk wasn't far behind. Denise swore. Her two friends spoke over each other. No time to figure out what they said. She needed to help the other woman. Denise scrambled out of the tent, sharp rocks poking her feet through her socks. She reached for Ariana's hand, squeezed it, pulled her into the tent. They landed on the ground. Leia zipped the tent closed. Erica ran over and stood in front of the entrance. "Kirk, chasing me." Ariana gasped for breath. She held up a large pocket knife. "All I have." Denise struggled to breathe herself. She dug through her bag. Had to have something. Couldn't find anything. Is he still out there? Leia pressed her ear against the tent. "Can't hear anything." Erica frowned. "He's probably listening to everything we're saying." Denise scurried over to her friends and cupped her ear to listen. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. "Where is he?" Ariana whispered. That was the million-dollar question. Nothing made a sound outside, not even leaves rustling in the breeze. It was as though everything had gone still. Kirk could be anywhere. There was no doubt he was behind Mindy's death and Elena's disappearance. Why else would he be chasing Ariana?
What should we do?
Leia asked. There are 4 of us, Ariana said. No matter what he tries, he's outnumbered.
But can we fight off a killer?
Erica asked, her face paling. Yes. Denise wanted to believe Ariana, but could she be right? Sure, there were 4 of them and only 1 of him, but did they really stand a chance? He'd already offed 2 women. If the man had a gun, it didn't matter how many of them there were. He could take them all out before any of them knew what happened. A lump formed in her throat. How could she have let herself get into this situation? She'd only wanted to spend a weekend with her friends. Was that really so bad? Now she might never get to see her kids again, and they'd have to live with their dad full-time, something none of them wanted. It was hard enough for her to get them excited to go see him at drop-off times. Hopefully, if she didn't make it out, they would at least know how much she wanted to survive to get back to them.
I think he's walking away,
Leia said.
Listen.
Denise pulled herself from her thoughts and pressed her ear to the cold tent fabric. Footsteps sounded, and they didn't seem to be getting quieter. Was he actually going in the other direction? She crept over to the window and slid the zipper down slightly, peeked through the little space. No Kirk. Though he could be anywhere out of sight, she barely had any space to see. She turned to her friends by the entrance. Check and see. You don't see anything? Erica asked. No. He must be gone. Look! Denise started shaking uncontrollably. Leia fumbled with the zipper, but peeked out.
Nothing.
Denise slid to the ground. What if he's somewhere else? Ariana squared her shoulders. He knows we outnumber him. I wish I had your confidence. Guys like that don't want a huge challenge. 1 person, sure, that's something he'd take up. But 4 of us? Too much could go wrong. Erica frowned. I'm not so sure. Think about it. There are a lot of other people within hearing. He was willing to chase after me, but now the risk is too high. That's why he's gone. We're better off sticking together. What about that other woman? Denise asked. What's her name? The one celebrating her anniversary. She's with her husband. Kirk isn't going after them. Denise exchanged doubtful glances with her friends. Hopefully Ariana was right. But their lives were at stake. She couldn't trust anyone.
How do you know so much?
Leia asked. Damon and I deal with these stats in our line of work.
Which is?
We're authors and speakers, and we teach women self-defense and safety techniques. Erica stared at her. Is that why you 2 seem familiar? Have you been on TV? We've done numerous interviews on both local and national shows. In other words, you're experts on the matter? I can teach you some techniques. This isn't the ideal place, obviously, but... Techniques? Erica made a doubtful expression. You think that'll help? It could have helped Mindy and Elena. Why didn't you teach them anything before they were killed? Denise glared at her friend. Are you serious? She came here as a mini vacation, just like us, and nobody knew we had a killer among us. If you keep acting suspicious, she isn't going to show us anything at all. Erica crossed her arms, keeping her attention on Ariana. If you're such an expert, why weren't you running from Kirk? Why not just take him out? Because getting away from a predator is the best thing you can do. But he's still out there. And we're safe in here, Ariana said. We're too close to others. They'd hear everything and come running.
Except for the bystander effect, Leia said. Everyone thinks someone else will jump into action, then no one does. I learned all about that in my psychology class.
Ari nodded. That can be true in groups of strangers, sure. But after everything that's gone on this weekend, we're past that. If someone screamed right now, most everyone from camp would come running. Except Kirk, Erica muttered. Because he'd be the one attacking, Denise said. That anniversary couple wouldn't be any help either, Erica said. They've hardly interacted with anyone. I don't even know that chick's name.
Tanya,
Leia said.
We talked to them when we first got here.
I don't know what she sees in that guy, Erica said. There's nothing special about him at all, and yet they're just holed up together. It's their anniversary, Denise said, holding back an annoyed sigh. They didn't come here to meet a bunch of people. Just because we don't want anything to do with relationships doesn't mean others can't be happy.
That isn't what I said.
It was starting to feel like high school again.
Look at Ariana, Leia pointed to her. She and her husband are obviously happy together, but they've been getting to know everyone. They're proof that people can be in love and friendly to others.
Ariana cleared her throat. Why don't we work on some of those self-defense techniques? I wouldn't mind brushing up on them myself, given everything going on. Before anyone could respond, a woman's screams sounded from somewhere outside the tent. Chapter 23. Damon stopped cutting the log. Did you hear that? Some of the others looked around, but the rest were so focused on working, they didn't appear to have heard the scream. Another shriek rang out. It was near the camp. Damon raced toward the sounds. It didn't sound like Ariana, but he wasn't going to take any chances. He never should have agreed to leave her at the campsite on her own. Sure, she could take care of herself, probably more than anyone else there, but he still shouldn't have agreed to it. Hopefully she wouldn't pay the ultimate price for their rash decision. What kind of a father would he be if he couldn't even make a good choice about basic safety? His legs burned as he pushed them to run faster. He gasped for air. Sure, he'd never moved this quickly in his entire life. Another scream rang out. Damon's heart seized. He'd almost rather hear Ariana's screams. That would mean she was still alive. Her silence meant she might not be. No, he couldn't let himself think like that. If something terrible happened, she was the least likely person to freak out. She'd seen so much more than the average person. She could keep her head straight in the direst situations. In fact, his wife was probably working to calm down the person yelling. Footsteps scurried behind him. The others were also abandoning their efforts to escape. Cries and strained voices sounded ahead. A bloody scene filled his mind. A massacre. He really should write novels. He could make a killing with his vivid imagination. Might even work as a form of therapy. Not that anything could change the fact that his father had been a serial killer. And if he wrote thrillers, people would think he had the same capabilities as the infamous Cal Jones. No. He would stick with podcasting unsolved true crime mysteries and teaching personal safety. That would actually help people anyway. He nearly skidded to a stop when he reached the campsites. People were gathered not far from the lake. They appeared to be gathered around something, or someone, lying on the ground. They were too far away to make out any one person. No way to tell if Ariana was standing or not. His legs turned to rubber, but he made himself keep going. Damon nearly collapsed when he finally made out his wife's silhouette. She was alive. Ariana was fine. Somehow the knowledge gave him the energy to run faster. He threw his arms around her, buried his face into her hair, and let the reality sink in. It hadn't been her. She wasn't Kirk's next victim. Ariana clung to him. "Kirk's dead." It took a moment for the words to register. "Kirk? Look." Damon's stomach roiled as he pulled away from his wife and looked around the others. Sure enough, the man everyone had suspected of killing Mindy was lying in a pool of blood, his face unnaturally pale. "What happened?" Ari just shook her head. "You didn't see or hear anything?" he asked. "No. After you left, he was hanging around not far from our campsite, so I joined Denise, Leia, and Erica. I was about to teach them some safety techniques when we heard screaming. That's when we saw Kirk." "Was it him screaming?" "No, it was Tanya. She and Vince went for a walk and found him like this." "How long had it been since you'd seen him watching you?" Damon asked. "Kirk? I don't know. Not long. The other ladies and I talked for what seemed like a few minutes, but might have been longer, and I was about to show them some moves." Something about that didn't sit right with him. "You're telling me it was only a few minutes between him watching you and someone killing him?" She straightened her back. "I didn't do it, if that's what you're thinking." "No, of course not." He pulled her away from the others. "But think about it. If there was only a few minutes between him watching you and those two finding him dead, that makes them the obvious suspects." "Did you hear her screaming?" Ariana's eyes widened. She was definitely freaked out. It wasn't faked. "Maybe Vince killed him in front of her. That would be shocking. I'm sure she'd scream." Ariana shook her head. "Did you see all that blood? Neither of them have a drop on them." Damon glanced back at the group gathered around the body. "Now we're back to square one. We don't have a single suspect. Everyone thought Kirk was the killer. If it wasn't him, then it's someone here." "Maybe." "It has to be." She chewed on her lower lip. "Unless someone killed him to make him pay for killing Mindy and Elena." "Technically, we don't know Elena's dead," Damon pointed out. "She's only missing at this point." "Nobody believes that. It makes more sense that one of Elena's friends or Mindy's cousins attacked Kirk. They have motive to kill him. With everyone distracted and going off in different directions, it would have been easy for one person to sneak away and do this. We should see if there's blood on any of them." He thought about it. It does make more sense than Tanya or Vince. They've hardly interacted with anyone this entire time. "My point exactly." She gestured toward the group. "Let's join them and see what we can figure out." They gathered with the others. It gave him a chill to think one of them was a killer. Either that person had killed only Kirk, or they'd also killed Mindy and Elena. Any of them could be next. A rage built in his core as he looked around at the group. One of them was responsible for the deaths of 2, most likely 3, people who'd come here just to camp and get away from the bustle of life, not to get away from life itself. He'd been so convinced it had been Kirk, but it was obviously someone else. Kirk couldn't have done that kind of damage to himself. The rage festered, spreading through him like gangrene. It was more familiar than he wanted to admit. He really needed to seek help for these feelings. But at the same time, he couldn't admit to anyone they existed. What if one day someone suspected him of murder? All it would take would be one quote from his therapy file that he had those feelings, these urges, and it was game over. He was Cal Jones's son and had murderous urges from time to time. That would seal his fate. Damon would do whatever it took to keep those feelings at bay. He would never act on them. But if anyone knew they existed, nobody ever would. He'd keep them under control. Although if the killer went after Ariana, there was no telling what Damon would do. He might just react from instinct. Chapter 24. Ariana wanted to ask Damon what was on his mind, but when he was silent and tense like this, it was almost like he was in a trance. She couldn't break through his thoughts when he slipped into one of these moods, and afterward, he never talked about what he'd been thinking. Times like these in particular made her wonder if he thought about his mom. He didn't talk about her often, but she'd been murdered when he was young. It affected him deeply, but he had a hard time putting it into words. Not that she could blame him. If her dad had killed her mom, she had no idea how she'd handle that. Her parents hadn't always had the best relationship, but they'd managed to work through everything and eventually got married when she was a little older. Then she'd gotten her dream of living with her parents under one roof. It was the opposite experience from many people she knew, whose parents had been together when they were little, but had separated later. Ari rubbed Damon's back, not sure if he was even aware of it. She wanted to be there for him while still giving him the space he needed. This whole weekend had to be bringing up so much emotional trauma. Why had she insisted on coming camping? She really hadn't wanted to go to a resort like he'd suggested, but surely they could have come up with a compromise they both would have enjoyed. Either that, or they were just magnets for this type of thing. They hadn't been able to escape it this whole year. She mentally ran through all the kidnappings and murders that had happened around them. It was more than the average person saw in a lifetime, much less within a single calendar year. And it wasn't even Thanksgiving yet. Some people in their neighborhood still had their Halloween decorations up. A few, however, had Christmas lights up already. That thought gave her hope for next year. It would be a good one. It had to be. Rita and Grayson would have their baby, and about 7 months later, she and Damon would have theirs. Things would turn around. They were already going well for Rita and her family. Now it was Ari and Damon's turn. Once they got away from this murder vacation. "Do you have one?" Ariana pulled herself from her thoughts. One of Mindy's cousins stood in front of her and Damon, looking at them expectantly. "Can you repeat that?" she asked. He drew an exasperated breath. "A tarp or something to cover the body?" "I'm not sure." "Check, why don't you?" He wandered off, muttering under his breath. Ari turned to Damon. She ran her fingertips gently across his cheek until he pulled himself out of his trance. He blinked a few times. "Did I miss something?" "Do we have something to cover the body? A tarp?" Damon turned a little green. "Maybe. I'll have to check." "Let's do that. They're looking for something." The crowd slowly dispersed as people returned to their own campsites. Ariana laced her fingers through Damon's, then led him toward their tent. "Is everything okay? You seem a little distracted." "Got lost in thought for a minute. The consensus is to leave Kirk where he's at?" "I think so. My mind wandered too." He didn't respond, but started rifling through their things once they reached their campsite. Ariana helped, but didn't see anything. "Did you guys make much progress on the fallen trees?" Damon gave her a blank stare. "The ones blocking the exit," she coaxed. "Right. Yeah, those. It's going slowly. What we really need is a chainsaw and a tow truck, but both are in short supply." "The ranger hasn't shown up at all?" Damon shook his head while digging through a bag of supplies. I'm no forestry expert, but isn't that his job? To make sure everything is running smoothly for the campers? I'd imagine. She studied him. He moved with intention, but his mind was clearly far away. Maybe he was just tired from working on the logs, or the fact that people kept going missing, showing up dead, or both. Everyone was on edge because of it. Although someone was faking. Whoever was behind this was probably secretly enjoying every minute of the stress and drama. He glanced over at her. I don't see anything. Can you check that large bag just inside the tent? I put extra supplies there from our last camping. Not sure there's a tarp, but it's worth checking. Sure. She made her way over to the tent in a daze of thoughts. A killer could be watching her at that very moment. Not that it would be anything new, not with her life. Nothing about her life was or ever had been normal or boring. What she wouldn't give for normal and boring. She'd take enough for the rest of her lifetime, please. But that would have to wait until after they left this new nightmare. Until the next one. She shoved that thought out of her mind. There was no tarp in there, but there was something else. An axe. It had something red crusted on the blade. Chapter 25. The axe nearly fell from Ariana's hand. She managed to cling to the handle, her heart nearly exploding out of her chest. Why did Damon say they didn't have an axe? And why was there something on the blade that looked like blood? It was crusty, so clearly not fresh, but why was it here? Did you find anything? Damon asked from outside the tent. Ari took a moment to find her voice. No tarp. What was she going to do? She had to tell Damon. He said that was what they needed to get out of here with all those fallen trees. But if nobody here had anything to cut down the trees, why did they have an axe in their tent? Everything okay? Damon suddenly stood next to her. She did drop the axe. We have an axe. His eyes widened. We do? In the bag, with supplies from last time. Damon hesitated. I didn't put an axe in there. It's right there. She pointed to it, now on the ground, her mind racing. Clearly, Damon, the love of her life, wouldn't lie about this. He wouldn't secretly have an axe in their supply bag and keep it from her. Let me see. He came in the tent and looked at the weapon. Tool. He looked at the tool. I've never seen this before. You're sure? Why wouldn't I be? He gave her a concerned look. Because it's in our bag. Do you think I'm trying to hide something from you? I don't know what to think. If I was trying to hide something, would I send you to look exactly where it was? He had a point. What's on the blade? She asked. Probably rust. You're certain? I'm not sure about anything right now. Do you trust me? Tell me you believe me, Ari. Guilt stung for the doubtful thoughts. Of course I do. It just threw me off when I found that. It really isn't ours? It's not. I've never seen it, and I don't know how it got in with our things. She stepped closer to him and whispered, What if that's a murder weapon? Now it has my prints all over it. He drew a deep breath. I'm sure that red stuff is rust. Most people don't use axes as weapons. Axe murderers do. Her muscles turned to rubber. Why would someone put this in with our things? I don't know. Her mind raced. They needed to figure out what to do with it. As if reading her mind, Damon said, "I could tell everyone it's ours, and then we can take turns chopping the fallen logs. Then it'll have everyone's prints on it. At least the people who helped to break down the wood. It won't be just your prints." She stared at it, as if it was a snake about to strike. "It makes me sick to think about someone going through our things." What else had they rifled through? Damon pulled her into his arms. "I hate it too, but we can't focus on that now. We need to get out of here and never return. That axe will help."
"But the killer will know we're lying about it."
"Not necessarily. We could have one just like it and think it's ours. Playing dumb is our best bet."
"How?"
"If the killer doesn't expect much from us, we can surprise them with our wit and skills should the need arise."
"You have a point. I still hate having it anywhere near us."
"Let me handle it." He kissed her cheek. "Your uneasiness works to our advantage. It makes us look less guilty."
"Or more guilty." She sighed. "I know that isn't ours, and don't forget my prints are all over it."
He picked it up and bounced it from one hand to the other. "And now so are mine."
She stared at him, her mouth gaping.
"Now to get everyone else to touch it."
"Shouldn't we have as few people as possible touch it? The killer's prints are already on there."
"I'm more concerned about getting out of here and not giving anyone reason to think you did anything wrong. The more prints, the better. Unless you have a fingerprinting kit on you."
"Obviously not."
"Great. Let's go. We'll see what everyone's reactions are when I say this is ours."
"Okay."
She ignored the uneasy feeling in her gut. Whoever placed the axe in their bag would also be watching for their reactions. Damon held the axe over his shoulder like he was some lumberjack and motioned for Ariana to walk out ahead of him. She needed to exude his confidence. Usually she had plenty to spare herself, but with everything that had gone on in addition to this disturbing find, she couldn't even manufacture fake confidence.
"You first," she said.
"Are you sure?"
"I need a minute."
He wrapped an arm around her. "Take all the time you need. It isn't like Kirk is going to be any less dead in 10 minutes.
A scream sounded from not far away. So much for having time, but at least now her uneasiness would make perfect sense.
Chapter 26.
Denise wanted to make the screaming stop. Whoever was yelling wouldn't stop. Then she realized it was her. She closed her mouth, and the shrill noise ceased. But that didn't change the fact that Leia was missing. They'd agreed not to leave each other's sight. It was literally life or death. What had she been thinking? If the murderer hadn't killed Leia, then Denise would, with her bare hands. How dare she do something so rash and scare them? It was irresponsible and not at all funny. She had to know that. Erica came from around the tent. "She's nowhere." Tears threatened. "Why would she do this?" "She wouldn't." Erica's voice cracked. "The killer had to have taken her." "But how?" Denise blinked back the tears that wouldn't stay at bay much longer. "We were right here." Erica didn't have a chance to answer, because everyone raced over from every direction, demanding to know what happened. Thankfully, she answered them, telling them about Leia disappearing seemingly into thin air. Everyone else had come. How was that possible? One of them was a killer. He couldn't have taken Leia and returned so quickly. Except not everyone was here. That couple, celebrating their anniversary, was missing from the crowd. Were they a serial killer couple? Like that one guy and his wife from like 40 years ago? What were their names?
She seriously needed to pay more attention to the history of murderers. "Where'd the axe come from?" someone asked sharply. It was Wayne, the other lone guy who wasn't with anyone else. Everyone had suspected Kirk because he'd been on his own and then joined Mindy and her cousins. But Wayne hadn't joined anyone. He wasn't trying to blend in. It had to be him. He had to have taken Leia. White-hot anger surged through Denise's body. She honestly believed she could take him down with her bare hands, with the seething rage pumping through her veins. She grabbed his arm and squeezed. "What'd you do with Leia?" He whipped around, fury in his eyes, and yanked his arm away from her grip. "Don't touch me, woman!" "What did you do to Leia?" "Who?" His bushy brows furrowed. "My missing friend, you Neanderthal!" Spit flew from Denise's mouth. "Where is she?" "How would I know?" "Because you took her." "Watch your mouth." His nostrils flared. "You watch yours." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Is she still alive? She better be, or you're going to find yourself breathing from an orifice where the sun don't shine." "Don't make me laugh." "You don't believe me?" She clenched her fists. Erica pulled her back. "Take a breather." "He took Leia." "When did your little friend disappear?" Wayne asked, a sneer on his face and derision in his tone. "You tell me." Denise pointed at him. "How would I know?" "Because you took her and are hiding her. Where is she?" "You're barking up the wrong tree." He turned around. "You've had an axe this whole time?" Denise took a shaky breath as she tried to figure out who he was talking to. Then she saw Damon carrying an axe over his shoulder. Didn't everyone say they didn't have one? Could he be the killer? Denise had written them off because not only were they there as a couple, but his wife had said the two of them spent their lives teaching women how to protect themselves from dangerous men. Now she wasn't so sure. Did they have experience with dangerous men because he was one of them? She raced over to Damon. "Do you have Leia?" "I don't know where she is." He seemed genuine. That meant it had to be Wayne, or the anniversary couple. It could be anyone. Even Erica. An icy chill ran through her. How could she blame her best friend? Erica would never do anything to Leia. Or would she? No. They'd been friends forever, seen each other through good times and bad. Their relationships with each other had outlasted all of their marriages. They were friends for life. But it wasn't like there hadn't been problems between them. Jealousies, petty bickering. Ridiculous. None of them were killers. Even if Erica had done something to Leia, which was a completely nutty idea, she would have also had to take out Mindy, that other girl, and Kirk. There was no way. None whatsoever. She was letting the insanity of the situation get the best of her. That's what was going on. Erica hadn't done anything to Leia, or anyone else. Denise looked around and realized Mindy's cousins and that other girl's friends were all hounding Damon and Ariana about the axe. "I'm telling you," Damon said. "We didn't even realize we had this in our stuff. It was in a bag from another camping trip. I completely forgot it was there. But the good news is that now we have something that can actually help get us out of this place." "Is that blood on there?" asked one of the cousins. They all looked the same. How anyone could tell them apart was beyond her. They were more like brothers than cousins. "This rust?" Damon pinched some off and gave it a big whiff. "Rust. Want to smell?" The cousin backed up. "No way. That's probably Mindy's blood." "Seriously? Ariana and I were walking around just as visible as you guys when she vanished." One big difference, pal. The cousin glared at Damon. What? We weren't hiding an axe. Neither was I, Damon said. I didn't even realize we had it. Do you really think I'd have been using a pocket knife on a tree trunk if I knew this was in my other bag? If you weren't trying to hide a murder. Damon stepped closer to the cousin. I was nowhere near Mindy when she disappeared, just like you and your brood. Brood? Enough! Wayne whistled, getting everyone's attention. We have another missing chick and a new way to get out of here. I say, the men work on the trunks, and the girls look for the missing campers.
Sexist much?
Denise snapped. Wayne glowered at her. Would you rather chop the logs? Have at it, little miss.
I would, but I'm going to search for my friend.
Denise straightened her back and marched toward her tent to grab her coat. The sky was growing darker, and taking with it the warmth the day had offered. Erica entered the tent just behind her.
Can you believe that guy?
You mean the physical embodiment of misogyny?
Exactly. It's like he just stepped out of the 1930s or something.
He can take all that negative energy and put it into the logs. I just want to find Leia and get out of here. Then I never want to go camping again. Color drained from Erica's face.
Do you think we're going to find her alive?
She hasn't been gone long. Wayne didn't have time to do anything to her. Erica didn't look convinced. She grabbed a flashlight. Let's go. I have a feeling this is going to take a while. She was most likely right. Chapter 27. Ariana waved at Damon as they went their separate ways. Damon to the logs with their new axe, and her to Denise and Erica's tent. She would go with them to look for Leia and Elena. They still hadn't found Elena. It felt like days had passed since she disappeared. It had been one? Maybe less? She couldn't even judge by how many times she'd slept now that napping was a regular part of her days. Knock, knock, Ariana said when outside the tent door. Everything was quiet inside. Had she missed them? She'd kept watch on the tent before promising Damon she wouldn't be alone again. Maybe the other two women had left, going into the woods behind the tent. Her stomach sank. She was alone again. How had she let that happen? She reached for the tent's opening, and just as she did, it unzipped. Erica came out, bundled up in a thick coat and a beanie hat. Denise followed in a lighter jacket and no hat. "Can I search with you?" Ari asked. "Of course," Denise said quickly. "We need all the help we can get." "Do you know where she might have gone?" Erica frowned. "Nowhere on her own." "Do you think she was taken from your campsite?" "If not here, then somewhere between here and the bathroom," Denise said. "She might have felt safe going there alone, even after all we talked about." Erica nodded. Ariana stepped around the tent to where she could see the bathrooms. The path over there was easily seen from all the campsites. Nobody would have taken her along the way. It would be too dangerous. Someone could glance over and see everything. Denise agreed. Wayne had to have taken her either behind our tent or on the other side of the bathroom. "Where do you want to start looking?" Ariana pulled up her own jacket zipper as high as it would go. "Let's check out the bathroom," Erica said. "There could be a clue over there. We've already looked high and low around here." As they walked, Ariana asked, "You think it was Wayne?" "Who else?" Erica said. "Did you hear the way that chauvinist was talking?" "I did," Ariana said. "But we were so sure Kirk was the killer. Look how that turned out." Neither responded. They all knew it could be anyone, but Ari didn't want to voice that. One of their friends was missing, so they were the least likely to be behind the missing people and dead bodies. She and Damon were together. One or both of them probably suspects to everyone else, especially considering the planted axe. That gave people all the more reason to suspect them. They reached the bathroom. Without a word, they walked around the little building. One side was for women and the other for men. Nothing looked out of place on the outside. "We should go in." Denise pointed to the women's side. They all exchanged looks of agreement, then went inside. Not much had changed since the last time Ariana was in there. Some puddles of water near the dinky showers. One of the curtains was torn as it had been before. Erica checked one of the stalls. She made gagging sounds and came out covering her nose. "Who didn't flush? That's disgusting." "It wasn't me." Denise went into the farthest stall from the offensive one. Ariana shone her flashlight underneath the sinks. "You think someone could hide there?" Erica asked. "I'm looking for anything we can't see with the naked eye." "Such as?" "Blood." "Oh." Erica's face turned even greener than before, and she stepped into another stall. "Do you see any?" Denise asked as she came out. "No." "Good." She went into the next stall. Ariana shone her light all over the floor. The lighting wasn't the greatest, and her flashlight showed a lot more. Mostly dirt and mildew. Nothing to give them any clues about what had happened to any of the missing women. 3 down, 4 to go. She shook her head, trying to get that thought out. There was no reason any of them would also disappear, especially with Kirk dead. That showed nobody was safe. It wasn't only the women. Once Ari was sure she'd scanned every inch of the ground, she moved her light to the walls, and then the ceiling, while Denise and Erica checked all the toilets and showers. She found nothing. "Any luck?" she asked. Denise appeared around the corner. "Everything looks the same." "Same here." Erica came out, wiping sweat from her brow. "What now? The woods?" "The men's bathroom." Erica and Denise exchanged disgusted glances, but marched toward the door. Erica stopped just outside the men's room. "If the other bathroom was bad, this one is going to be worse." Ariana wanted to ask who was being sexist now, but she bit the comment back. It wasn't the time or place for it. And, as it turned out, Erica was right. The first thing she noticed was mud smeared across one wall. Near the showers, a couple pair of underwear lay on the floor, one smeared with something else. A nasty smell emanated from one of the stalls. It was Ariana's time to turn green. Denise gasped. "Who's the slob? I'm never going to complain about Rob's messiness again. This is truly horrifying." Erica cocked a brow. "We're looking for signs our missing friend could be dead, and you find this horrifying? Do you smell that?" Ariana found a rock to hold the door open. "Try to breathe through your mouth, and we'll do this as quickly as we can." "I'm checking the showers." Denise hurried over, plugging her nose before anyone could respond. "And I have the sinks." Erica turned her flashlight toward the dirty crevices. Ari held back a sigh, covered her mouth and nose with her arm, and trudged toward the first stall. Even though she was trying not to smell anything, her eyes watered before she reached the first door. There was a strange orange stain on the toilet, but otherwise it wasn't too bad. Shining her light around didn't reveal anything untoward. No sign that Leia or any of the missing women had been here. The next stall was a different story altogether. Something green and chunky was caked to the seat and trailed down to the ground. Most of the other ones weren't any better. Her stomach lurched as she made her way through the rest of the stalls, searching for clues as quickly as possible. Other than looking like a bunch of middle school boys had been through each of them, there wasn't anything odd or unusual. She gasped for air after checking the last one, then turned to Erica. "Find anything?" Maybe." "What does that mean?" Ari demanded. "Does this look like blood to you?" Her pulse spiked as she made her way over, then again when she shone her light where Erica was looking. It was definitely blood, and it looked fresh. Chapter 28. Ariana stared at the little puddle. It wasn't enough to cause death, but it was more than a nosebleed. Someone had been hurt here. Erica whimpered. "Is that Leia's?" "There's no way to know." Ariana whipped out her phone and snapped a few pictures. "What's going on?" Denise asked. "Blood." Erica leaned against the wall. "A lot of it." Denise rushed over. "Where?" Ariana moved out of the way so she could see it. It isn't a fatal amount, but someone was definitely injured. How badly? Hard to say. It would depend on where they were bleeding. If it was a head wound, then I don't want any more details. Denise's face paled. "What do we do now?" Both friends looked at Ariana for answers. What she wouldn't give to call her dad. Alex Mercer was an officer, and he lived and breathed this stuff. Ariana had changed her major in college after deciding to work with people before they had the worst day of their lives, not after. She wanted to prevent things like this from happening. Not that she'd managed to help Leia. Of course, the missing woman had managed to stay alive. Hopefully, that was the case. "Well?" Erica tapped her foot impatiently. "What now?" Ariana pulled her thoughts together. "We don't know if that blood is hers or not, but someone was hurt here. Let's see if there are any droplets outside. That could help us know what direction to go." Denise and Erica exchanged worried glances, but nodded in agreement. Ari led them outside, where they all drank in the fresh air. She wedged the rock in place to keep the door propped open even wider. A space never needed to be aired out so badly. Then she used her flashlight to look for droplets of blood. Between the uneven dirt, rocks, weeds, pine cones, and branches, it would be next to impossible to see any drops during the day. Dusk made it nearly impossible. She knelt for a closer look, and the other two followed suit. Not that it did much good. If anyone dripped blood out here, it wasn't apparent. Erica turned to her. Could animals have come over and licked up the blood? I suppose it's possible, but given how little time has passed since Leia disappeared, it's unlikely. People have been walking around all day, and animals would wait. Unless they love the taste of blood. Denise rolled her eyes. We're talking about wildlife, not vampires. Wildlife is attracted to blood. Do you know sharks can smell a drop of blood a mile away? I'm pretty sure there aren't any sharks around here. My point being, other animals could have similar traits. It's possible, okay? Ariana snapped. Let's not argue about sharks in the woods. If we can spot even a drop of blood, we'll have a much better idea where to enter the woods. Then maybe we'll find Leia. They both looked at her like she was an antique doll about to fall from the edge of a shelf. Between hormones and the stress, she wasn't going to apologize for having short patience. Time was of the essence if they wanted to find their friend alive. Thankfully, both Denise and Erica turned their attention back to the ground. A branch snapped in the direction of the woods. Ariana looked around, not able to see anything in the shadows. The noise could have been close or far away, depending on the size of the branch that broke. Neither of the other two women looked up. They must not have heard it. Had she imagined it? Or was she more sensitive to the sounds of the woods because of everything she'd lived through? She waited. "What's wrong?" Denise asked. "I thought I heard something." Erica looked up, her eyes wide. "What?" "A branch snapping." Denise and Erica scooted closer to each other. "Was it far?" Denise asked. "I couldn't tell. Neither of you heard it?" They both shook their heads. "Let's keep looking for blood, but also listen for any sounds." Denise shuddered. "Do we have any weapons?" Ariana held up her pocket knife. "Anything else?" Erica shook her head. "Not unless you count my flashlight." "I guess you could blind them with it." Denise sighed in defeat. "Or hit someone in the head." "Do you have anything?" Ari asked Denise. "Just my flashlight." Ariana imagined her campsite. What else had they brought? Anything useful? Then she remembered. "I have bear spray. That'll stop any animal or person in their tracks." "Go back and get it," Denise pleaded. "Yeah," Erica agreed. "We'll keep looking for blood." Ari's stomach nodded. If she left them to get the spray, she'd be alone. But if they all went to the campsite, they'd lose valuable time. Every moment counted when someone was missing. It was either her or Leia. The last thing they needed was for someone else to disappear. "No, you two come with me. It won't take but a couple minutes." Erica and Denise exchanged conflicted glances, but got up. A shot rang out in the distance. Chapter 29. Denise's knees turned to rubber, and she reached for the nearest tree to balance herself. "Someone has a gun?" Erica looked around. "Maybe there's a hunter in the woods?" Ariana shook her head. "It's nearly dark, and we already know there's a killer in our midst." Denise closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. The shot had been far away. It hadn't been loud, and that meant it wasn't close. "Nobody's been shot," Erica said. "That had to have been a hunter." "We should see what's going on with the others," Ariana said. "It isn't like we've found anything useful here." Denise opened her eyes. Deep breathing hadn't helped anything. She was shaking like a leaf in a windstorm. Erica and Ariana headed toward the campsite. Denise reluctantly followed them, unable to take a steady step. Someone actually brought a gun? Not that it was surprising, given how many people had ended up dead or missing. They were up to 4 now. 4, including Leia. If only this was a horrible joke. She imagined her friend hiding behind some trees, trying to keep from laughing. Except Leia didn't find any of this funny. She wasn't laughing when Mindy or Elena disappeared, and definitely not when the 2 bodies showed up. Leia was in grave danger, if she was even still alive. Denise hated entertaining those thoughts, but she had to face the facts. Her friend might not be returning home to her children. Tears stung her eyes. She had to hold it together. They all did. Leia and Elena were depending on it. They hadn't been found, so that meant they were alive somewhere. There was still hope. Denise hurried to catch up with Erica and Ariana. Every time she pictured Leia's kids, tears escaped. She wiped them, but couldn't keep up. There may be hope, but this was still a disaster. They never should have come camping this weekend. Not that they could have known what was going to happen. Obviously, they wouldn't have come if they'd known what was in store. Ariana and Erica slowed their pace, and Denise finally caught up. Some of the other campers had gathered in the road. The only people not with the group were that anniversary couple and Wayne. Everyone else appeared to be accounted for. although it was hard to keep up with people going missing and dying at the rate they were. Everyone talked over each other, but one thing was clear. Nobody knew where the gunshot had come from, or who had fired it. Assuming nobody was lying, that only left the people who weren't there. Wayne was at the top of her list. He wasn't with any group, and he was a huge know-it-all. He'd probably get along famously with Rob. If her ex was here, the pair would be two peas in a pod. Not that it mattered. He wasn't there, and neither was Wayne. He was probably wherever he was, keeping Leah and Elena. Their lives were probably now in more danger than ever before, because he had to be feeling the pressure. It wasn't a huge secret that many eyes were now on him. Maybe everyone suspected him. Why wouldn't they? He was the obvious suspect. Denise pulled herself from her thoughts. She needed to pay attention, so she was on the same page as everyone else. And they were discussing ideas and making plans at a rapid-fire pace. It took her a few moments to catch up, but the gist was that everyone was going to either search or work on the exit. Someone suggested pairing up so no women would be without a man. Was everyone here sexist? Not only was pairing off that way a ridiculous notion, but there was also no way she was going to be alone with some guy she didn't know. And if that made her sexist, so be it, especially when one of them was a killer. Sure, chances were that Wayne was the one, but that was only a guess. After all, Kirk had once been the prime suspect, and look what happened to him. Anyone could be guilty, and she wasn't going to tromp into the woods with any of them. Not a chance. Thankfully, Erica put an end to that idea, and everybody agreed to go off with someone they felt safe with. Denise grabbed Erica, staking her claim. Not that she expected anyone else to take her, given Leah was missing. The group managed to figure out a plan of action that pleased all. Then they started off in separate directions. Erica turned to her. "Are you doing okay?" "Our best friend is missing and 2 others are dead. No, I'm not okay." "I just mean, how are you holding up? Obviously, this is about the worst imaginable situation, but we have to get through this together no matter how everything else turns out." The only thing that would be worse was if they had brought their children. She didn't dare voice that thought. Thankfully, they were all far away from this nightmare with their dads. Though if Leah didn't come out of the woods...
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
alive, her kids were about to enter a nightmare. "Denise," Erica said, "I just want to find Leia and get out of here. Then I'll be fine." "Same. Let's get out there and find her." They headed out. Neither mentioned what a monumentally impossible task this was going to be. Elena had been gone much longer than Leia, and they still hadn't found her. They might not ever find either of them. Chapter 30. Damon swung the axe for what had to be the 500th time, or at least that was how it felt. He and Ariana had agreed to work on the exit while everyone else went out searching for the missing people. Neither wanted to hand the axe off to anyone else, and somehow the others had all agreed. Even the mystery person who had planted it in their stuff. Maybe they thought it made them look guilty. So be it. They had the axe. Ariana continued working with her pocket knife. They both knew it wasn't doing much, but he couldn't talk her into just resting. She glanced up at him. "It's going to take forever at this rate." "At least we have an axe now." He set it down and wiped his sweaty forehead. He'd already removed his jacket, and Ariana now wore it. "That won't help with the tow truck," she sighed. "Maybe we'd be better off climbing over all of this, going around the truck and flagging down help on the road. There might be 2 vehicles passing by every hour. It would be better than you chopping these logs with one axe." Damon had to admit she had a point, but at the same time, he didn't want to ask his pregnant wife to climb over piles of logs and make her way around a rusted-out tow truck just to stand on the side of an empty road, trying to get some help from whatever person happened to drive by first. "It's less dangerous than being trapped in this campground with a killer," she said. "As long as you don't go off on your own, you'll be safe. Nobody who is stuck with the buddy system has gone missing. The killer is going after easy targets." Damon picked up the axe to get back to work. "I doubt Kirk was easy. If the assailant caught him off guard, he would have been. It was most likely a crime of opportunity. The killer's preferred victims are obviously women, since there are 3 of them." "True, Help!" called a male voice from a little way down the trail. "Someone, help!" "Stay here." Damon handed her the axe and ran toward the voice. Vince came into view and skidded to a stop. "I can't find Tanya." Acid churned in Damon's stomach. Now there was another missing woman? "Where did you last see her?" "We were out looking for the 2 missing women in the woods behind the lake." Vince gasped for air. "I turned around and she was gone. Just like that." He snapped his fingers. "You didn't hear anything?" "No. Have you heard or seen her?" "Ariana and I have been back there, working on the logs. Check with the others. Everyone else is out searching too. We're trying to open the exit. That's going to take forever. It's going to take a lot faster with the axe." Annoyance ran through him. Why was Vince being critical about that, of all things? "You should find the others and let them know about Tanya. Everyone else is already out there searching. They'll know to look for one more." "I'm not going to do that." Vince's voice took on a sinister tone. Uneasiness washed over Damon. "What?" "You heard me. Your wife of 10 years is missing. Everyone should be made aware." Damon slowly reached for his pocket knife. "It won't help anything." Damon's mouth dried. He found his knife's handle. "Why not?" "Because she's dead." Vince took a step toward him. He cupped his fingers around the weapon. "How do you know that?" "I'm the one who did it." His tone held a hint of sing-song tone. "You killed your own wife?"
Damon couldn't keep the surprise out of his tone, but he did get his knife out of his pocket. Vince snorted. "We aren't married. I've never seen that whiny, annoying woman before this weekend." Damon's mind raced. He and Ariana were now apart, and Damon was face to face with the killer, if Vince was to be believed. He had to keep Vince from Ariana at all costs. After removing the pocket knife from its sheath, he hid it in his fist, careful not to cut himself. All the while, as a distraction, he spoke slowly. "Did you kidnap Tanya? Don't make it so dramatic. If it wasn't an abduction, what happened?" "Tanya was celebrating her 10th anniversary. She and her loser husband really did leave their kids with the grandparents. But now she has nothing to celebrate because he's dead. I made her watch so she'd know what I'm capable of. It was all she needed to put on a great performance for everyone here. You all bought it. Why are you telling me all of this? Because you won't be around long enough to tell anyone else. Your pregnant wife will make a better fake wife than Tanya did." Damon's blood ran cold. He didn't remember them telling anyone about Ariana's pregnancy, much less this guy. In his mind, he screamed for Ariana to run, wishing they could communicate telepathically. He had to do something. At least she had the axe if anything happened to Damon, and he couldn't stop the killer from reaching her. "Oh, and I need you to drop that knife in your hand." Vince took another step closer. "What do you mean?" Damon asked, ready to use his weapon, though he no longer had the element of surprise on his side. Vince punched him in the face, the fist coming too fast to prepare for. It stunned Damon, but he didn't drop the pocket knife. Instead, he threw a right cross, catching Vince squarely in the jaw. The blade clipped him, but didn't go deep. "You shouldn't have done that." Vince's voice raised an octave. "And you shouldn't have messed with me." Damon swung again, but missed this time. The tree cover made it impossible to see any moonlight that might have otherwise helped him. "I think you'll do what I say." "And why's that?" Damon swung again, this time making contact with an arm. His blade sliced through the fabric of Vince's coat. "Because my buddy has your obnoxious wife." "You mean Wayne?" Damon prayed the other man was bluffing. He lunged at Vince, aiming the blade outward. He crashed into him, knocking them both to the ground. The knife only sliced through air. When Damon crashed to the packed dirt, a fist-sized rock dug into his thigh. The impact tore his weapon from his hand, and it bounced out of reach. Vince leaped up, heading in the direction the knife went. Damon scrambled to his knees, raced to reach it first. Vince shoved his side hard against Damon. The force knocked him over, and he landed on another sharp rock. He gasped for air and rolled over the jagged stone. Vince was already almost to the knife. Damon thought of Ariana alone, possibly with someone like Vince if he was telling the truth, and hurried to catch up, ignoring all the pains shooting through his body. He launched into a flying tackle, pulling all of his weight into the effort. They slammed to the ground, Damon on top, but Vince quickly shoved him off. Both sprawled in the dirt, equally close to the knife. Chapter 31. Ariana crouched low behind the bush. Footsteps continued toward her. She clutched the axe, ready to use it. The last thing she wanted was to hurt anyone, but if it was between a killer's life and hers and the baby's, she'd do anything necessary. More scuffling noises sounded from the direction Damon had headed. Either he was fighting the killer and someone else was coming her way, or the killer was headed her way and Damon was trying to help somebody. Or there were two killers. Given how many people had gone missing and turned up dead, that made a lot more sense than just one. If Kirk had been working with Wayne, they could have turned on each other, explaining how Kirk ended up dead, But that didn't explain someone heading her way now, or what sounded like Damon fighting someone else. Were there 3 killers? If so, that left 2 alive, and one of them could be headed her way. She needed to get back to Damon. Then they could at least work together. Either of them could be easily overtaken alone. Probably as they'd planned it. She never should have let him run off alone. It'd have been better to go with him. Couldn't do anything about that now. The footsteps were definitely getting closer. Louder. Heavy breathing sounded. She needed to get to Damon, or she'd end up fighting this other guy alone. It was her only option. She clutched the rough axe handle, held her breath, listened. Silence. Her blood turned to ice. Where was the other person? With the footsteps, at least she had an idea of where he was. Now nothing. He could be anywhere. Though her heart thundered, every sound around her magnified. All of her senses lit. The noises from Damon's scuffle sounded closer. Nothing from the person near her. He was waiting for her to make a move. Could be anywhere, even within striking distance. Ari held the axe's handle close, squeezed with both hands, prepared to strike. She needed to do something. Anything. Couldn't stay as a sitting duck. The stakes were higher than ever before. Now she had a second life in the balance. Barely pregnant, yet already fiercely protective. A standoff? Or had her pursuer moved on? Moving on meant possibly to Damon. That would put him on the wrong end of 2-on-1 odds. She had to get to him. If only she knew where Footstep Guy was. He hadn't made a sound in what could have been several minutes or 30 seconds. It was impossible to tell how quickly time was flying by or dragging on. Either way, she had to do something. Damon was her priority. He'd gone after one of the guys who had yelled for help. Could be a killer. They'd both survived killers before, and they could do it again. More easily if they had each other. She waited a beat, squeezed the axe handle so tightly it hurt, inched her way up to standing, looked around, waited. Her muscles vibrated. Nothing moved. Nothing sounded. It was almost too quiet. She had to go, had to get to Damon. A cry sounded in the distance. Ariana jolted, hesitated. The wail sounded feminine. Wasn't her husband. Still, something was wrong. She didn't have time to think about what it meant. She looked around again. Darkness enveloped her. Time to run. She bolted from the cover of the foliage, raced down the dirt path, pebbles flying out behind her, bouncing off things, making noise. Another cry. Closer. Needed to focus on Damon. She reached into her pocket for a flashlight. Empty. Checked another one. Couldn't find anything. Hard to navigate while running and carrying an axe. Something sounded behind her. Close. Her mouth dried. One hand moved to her stomach. She ran faster. Scuffling noises sounded up ahead. Another wail in the distance. Near the tents? Probably someone else missing or dead, but she couldn't think about that. Not yet. There was already too much loss, too much to process. She couldn't let her or Damon be next. They needed to get back home, needed to be there for each other and their family. It was the only option. Then she could finally mourn, ache for the weekend's losses. She skidded to a stop. The scuffles came from people in front of her. 2 men wrestled on the ground. Dust kicked up. They groaned and grunted. One sounded like Damon. Maybe. It was hard to tell. Footsteps sounded behind her. Rocks crunched under feet. "Got them both," said a gruff voice behind her. Too close. Ariana spun around, swinging the axe. A sickly crunch and echoing crack. Her arm reverberated from the impact. A high-pitched masculine scream rent the air as warm liquid sprayed on her cheek and neck, trickled down her clavicle, soaked her chest. More yelling, more cursing. The man stumbled, lurched, fell to the ground. Ariana's heart skipped a beat. Had she just killed someone? Chapter 32. The man continued swearing, so Ariana hadn't killed him, but she had slowed him down. Significantly, he didn't get up. She could focus on helping Damon. Needed to find her flashlight. Could be in any pocket. Damon cried out. She'd know his voice anywhere. Ari forgot about her pockets and lunged toward one of the men. Whether she crashed into Damon or the other guy, she'd be able to separate them. Give her husband a chance to get away. She knocked the top man off the other one. They both slammed to the ground. She landed on top of him, cushioning the blow. Ari? Yes, run! He grabbed her arm and pulled her up with him. She steadied herself and focused on the axe, which she'd managed to keep hold of. Gravel crunched behind them. You cut off my finger! Ari held up the axe. And I'll do it again if you take another step. He stopped. His compliance surprised her, but then he'd lost a finger. He knew she meant business. The other man scrambled to his feet. Now there was one on each side of them. Ariana spun around toward him. Freeze, if you don't want to lose an appendage, too. He hesitated. She's serious, the other man screamed. I need a doctor. Ariana raced past the guy her husband had been fighting. Damon caught up with her. You cut off Wayne's finger? Apparently. I shouldn't have left you. You were trying to help someone who sounded in need. It was Vince. Damon took a deep breath as they ran. He killed Tanya. He killed his wife? That was a ruse. Ari's mind spun as she tried to make sense of it all. It was him all along? And Wayne. Why was Tanya playing along? They reached their campsite. Damon ran into their tent and turned on a flashlight before handing her one. He kidnapped her after killing her actual husband. She was hoping to live to see her kids. Tears sprang to Ari's eyes, and she pressed her palm to her stomach. Damon pointed his light toward the other campsites. We need to tell the others about Vince and Wayne. We need to stop them. Ariana threaded her fingers through his. Then they raced toward the other campsites, both shining their lights around the woods as they ran. When they reached the clearing, they continued aiming the beams at the trees as well as the tents. It was like a ghost town. Everyone was out searching for others. Nobody else knew Vince and Wayne were the culprits. Some probably suspected Wayne, but Vince hadn't been on anyone's radar. He'd stayed back, not saying much, pretending to be a doting husband, when really he was a monster. Ariana had been concerned about potential wildlife problems in the forest when it was the people she should have worried about. At least she'd managed to slow Wayne down. He really did need a doctor. What should we do? She asked. Head for the woods. We need to tell people about them. Everyone's spread out, she said. Plus, it's pitch black out there. We should wait until they come back. There's no time for that. We have to let them know. It'll take forever. At the rate they're going, they'll find and kill half the people left. We'll be better off with numbers on our side. Ariana tried to think of a better solution than finding everyone in the woods. Then we need to find a way to let the others know to gather. How? It isn't like we have a flare or fireworks. There were flares in the ranger station, Damon interrupted, skidding to a stop. We need to get those. Will anyone see them through the cover of the trees? We have to try. He pulled her toward the exit. Your solution is to run back toward the killers? She exclaimed. It's all we have. The station must have other things aside from flares.
But it's locked. You want to break in?
Given the circumstances, yes. They'll understand.
She wanted to scream. Everything about this situation was out of control. There was no good answer. Breaking into the ranger's station was a crime. They could still get into trouble for it, but Damon was right. There were too many lives on the line. The ranger hadn't been there to help them. They had to do something, even if it meant breaking the law. Is there a way around that doesn't involve running back into Vince and Wayne?
We can try.
If nothing else, there had to be a phone at the station. They could call for help. He was right. They needed to get to the station. This nightmare needed to end. The killers had to be stopped. Hopefully, they could find a way around them.
Damon cut his light, and Ariana did the same. The glow would only give away their location. They followed the path as best they could in the dark. Her heart pounded faster with each step they took. The killers could be anywhere. They weren't where she and Damon had left them. An icy chill ran through her body. Vince and Wayne could be watching them that very moment, though it was unlikely, considering Wayne's missing finger. He needed a bandage to stop the bleeding. They didn't have time to chase after anyone. Well, Wayne didn't. Vince could still stalk them. It wasn't like criminals would stick together. They'd be the first ones to drop a friend in order to preserve self. In that case, Ariana and Damon outnumbered him, and she still had the axe. They made it to the blocked exit. Most of the logs had been cut into pieces, but pieces still covered the road. To get out, they would have to navigate around them, over the full trunks, and around the rusty old tow truck. Whether they were current in their tetanus shots was the least of their concerns. They'd have to worry about that later, after managing to survive this nightmare. Damon took her hand. "Are you ready?"
"I hope so."
"I'll make sure you don't slip."
That was what concerned her. If she fell, she would put their baby in danger.
They were already in a grave situation. She had no other option. He pulled her close. "You can trust me."
"I know." And she really did. "I'm not sure I trust myself, or these trees."
"You'll get to the other side safely, I promise. I won't let anything happen to either one of you." Ari took a deep breath before stepping over the first cut log. She stepped on the next one. It wobbled, but held her weight. She continued on, clinging to Damon's hand. He held steady, and between the two of them, she managed to keep her balance while climbing over the dangerous obstacle course. Now she faced the rusty tow truck. Whoever moved it left only inches between it and the surrounding trees.
"How are we going to get around this?" she asked.
"I'm going to climb onto the hood and then help you over and down." She hesitated.
"Okay."
"Are you sure?"
"Yeah, I just don't want either of us cutting ourselves."
"Neither do I. But we both had tetanus shots earlier this year, remember? We got caught up on everything after the house fire."
That sounded vaguely familiar, but everything around that time was fuzzy. "It's all a blur. I'm glad you remembered."
"We'll be fine." He let go of her, hefted himself up onto the front of the truck, then reached for her.
It was now or never. All she wanted to do was return home and collapse into their bed until this weekend was also a hazy memory. But she had to do this first. She grasped his hand and climbed up. Damon slid down the side, then helped her to the ground.
"We made it."
She stared at the truck and the fallen logs in front of it, hardly able to believe they were free. Except their things were all on the other side, including the car. How are we going to get into the ranger station?
"We're going to have to commit forced entry. You can turn your back so you're not involved, and it's just one of us."
"No, we're in this together."
That didn't stop her stomach from nodding. Hopefully, given the circumstances, the authorities would understand why they had to break the law. The situation at the campground more than called for it. They needed to stop multiple killers. Chapter 33. Damon walked around the building, testing the knobs on the 2 doors. Both were locked, and so were the windows. There would be no easy way in. He'd have to break in. Given the circumstances, the authorities should be understanding. But if they weren't, he would be the one to do this. He'd take the arrest, so Ariana could go home and put all of this behind her. He rounded the corner and went over to her. "You really should turn around." She groaned. "I'm as much a part of this as you are. But if you don't see me do this, you're innocent in the matter." Even with the poor lighting, he could see her making a face at him. "I know what you're about to do." "You only know that I brought it up. If you don't see me do it, you're clear." "This is ridiculous. Vince is probably killing someone as we argue about this." He shouldn't have been surprised that she wouldn't let him take the entire fall. "If you watch me break in, then you need to try and stop me. I don't want any of this on your hands." Ariana muttered something, grabbed the axe from him, and marched past him. "What are you doing?" Before he could get another word out, she smashed the window of the front door. She used the axe head to break out the rest of the glass, then reached through the opening to release the lock. Damon's mouth fell open. So much for keeping her out of it. Though he should have seen it coming. He'd married a firecracker, and her no-nonsense attitude was one of the things he loved best about her. He still wouldn't let her go to jail over this if anyone decided to press charges. She opened the door, then turned to him. "You coming?" "Obviously." He held back a bemused chuckle as he hurried to catch up with his axe-wielding pregnant wife as she entered the building she'd just broken into with wild abandon. "Do you see a phone?" "You mean this?" She held up a landline phone with a wire that had been cut. His stomach sank. "You've got to be kidding me." "Let's look for another one. Not that I expect it to be in any better shape than this one." "I'll check the back room," he said. "You check out here. There has to be something." Ariana set down the snipped phone. "It appears Vince thought of everything. Criminals always overlook something. The ones who get caught do. He won't get away with this." Damon's hands clenched into fists thinking about it. No way would he let the guy get away with it. Not if he had a say in the matter. He hurried to the back room, which was mostly storage, but had a small table with another landline phone. The line was cut. Not that it surprised him. Ariana screamed. Terror seized him. He burst into a run, looking for his knife, suddenly unable to remember if he'd gotten it from Vince or not. His wife's yells led him to a shelf of fishing supplies. A man lay on the floor in a pool of blood. The Ranger. That explained why nobody had been able to contact him. Ariana kneeled and put her fingers to his neck. "No pulse." Her voice wavered. "He's ice cold." Unfortunately, that wasn't a shock either, though it was a huge disappointment. He looked around to make sure nobody watched them. "We'll need to flag down a car. That's our last chance for help." "Wait." She dug through the Ranger's pockets, pulled out a cell phone. "It has 1 bar and a little battery left. We can use it." He could hardly believe his ears. Creak. Someone had opened the door. They both ducked down to hide behind the shelves. Damon motioned for her to stay where she was, then he crept around the aisle to peek at the entrance. Vince. His shape was obvious, even with so little light streaming through from outside. His long coat flapped in a breeze. Damon checked his pocket for a knife, and remembered Ariana had brought the axe. He made his way back to her and reached for it. She pushed it toward him and glanced down the other end of the aisle. He hated leaving her without the weapon, but he needed to take down a killer. Couldn't have her do it. She would never get over something like that. She'd been so upset about cutting off a finger earlier. A life would be too much to bear. However, Damon was the son of a serial killer. There was something within him that was capable of this. It had been taunting him for the better part of the year. Someone had to act. With Vince running around, nobody was safe, including his pregnant wife. Damon gripped the wooden handle, took a deep breath, and looked around the shelf again. Vince hadn't budged. He was glancing around the small station. Probably knew they were in there. That knowledge would only get him so far. He'd gotten rid of the one thing that could help him, the campground's only axe. If he'd been the one to plant it in Damon and Ari's things, he would come to regret that decision. Vince cleared his throat. "I know you're in here," which meant he probably didn't. Or maybe he did. It was doubtful he'd seen them come in. Too much time had passed. Hopefully. Damon waited. Needed to make him wait. Wonder. Question his assessment. Vince took another step inside. The door behind him slowly closed with a groaning creak. A few shards of glass fell to the ground. That had to make Vince more certain of their location. Remaining in the shadows, Damon clutched his weapon with everything in him. Now they were trapped with him in this small building. He would do whatever it took to keep his family safe. They were all he had, and Vince would not take them away from him. Over his dead body. Vince shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "I can hear you breathing." Damon wanted to ask if he was a vampire, but bit back the comment. He inched closer to Vince. Because the killer was so close to the door, it would be hard to sneak up on him. Impossible to come at him from behind. The single option was to capture him by surprise. Despite Vince's claims, he didn't know exactly where Damon or Ariana were. Considering she'd moved quicker than him before, there was no time for hesitation. Only action. "I'm gonna kill you both." Vince whistled a creepy tune. Footsteps sounded, coming closer. Toward Damon first, then Ariana. There was no more time to prepare himself. It was now or never. Vince's shadow stretched past the entrance to the aisle. He whistled again, like this was some kind of game. It was life or death, and Damon didn't intend to lose. Couldn't. Squeak! Vince's shoes. He turned, faced Damon. There was just enough moonlight coming inside to see him grin. Anger shot through Damon. He lunged for Vince. Chapter 34. Crash! Ariana jumped at the sound. She stepped away from the ranger's body to peek around the corner. Damon rolled on the floor with Vince. She searched for anything she could use to beat him off her husband. The flashlight was her best bet. Then she remembered the ranger. Did he have anything on him? She whispered a silent apology as she rifled through the dead man's pockets again. Attached to one side of his pants was a nightstick baton. Exactly what she needed. Ariana tugged, but it stuck to the loop. She tried several different angles, but nothing seemed to work. Sweat broke out on her forehead. Damon and the other man continued rolling around and crashing into things. She continued struggling to break the baton free from the loop. There had to be a way to get it out. Either that, or she'd have to figure something else out. Fast. Ari felt around the ranger's other pockets. She hated that her prints were now all over him, but what other choice did she have? She'd have to worry about juries and judges later. For now, survival was the only thing that mattered. If they didn't survive the night, they wouldn't face anyone ever again. She rolled the ranger over. A gun! He had a pistol in his back pocket. Whoever killed him had left it there. Maybe didn't even know about it. Her mouth dried, and her pulse drummed in her ears as she reached for it. Took the dead ranger's best weapon. She stepped out of the aisle, holding the gun behind her. Damon and Vince wrestled. Her husband was on top, seemed to have the upper hand. It would be impossible to shoot Vince without risking Damon in the process. She had to distract him. Ariana cried out, "Damon!" He looked up. Vince leaped to his feet. She had a clear shot. The killer glared at her. Damon punched him across the face. Vince's head flew back, blood spraying in the air. Ariana whipped the gun in front of her, aimed, held it steady, in position. Damon gave her a double take. She motioned for him to move out of the way. He did. "Hey, Vince!" She took a step toward him. Wiping his nose, he turned toward her, glanced down at the gun. Then he laughed. Did he think that just because she was a woman that she couldn't handle a gun? She'd show him. Ariana pulled the trigger. Click. Nothing happened. It was empty. Had nothing in it. If she'd had her wits about her, she'd have checked first. Now she'd put Damon in more danger. Vince laughed again. "You think I didn't check that thing after killing our friend over there?" Damon flew at him. They both sailed through the air, crashed against a wall of supplies, wrestled as random items fell on top of them. Ariana tossed the pistol to the floor, knelt to fight with the baton again, yanked as hard as possible, ripped the loop. She stumbled back, nearly dropped the weapon, managed to catch it mid-air, pulled it out all the way so it was as long as it would go, ran over to Damon and Vince. Blue and red lights flashed outside. She hadn't been able to get a call through on the ranger's cell phone, but her text to 911 must have gotten through. The police were actually there. They'd gotten her message. Her knees turned to rubber. She had to lean against a shelf to remain upright. Officers pushed open the doors and rushed inside. "The one in the trench coat," Ariana said. Damon leaped out of the way. "He killed the ranger!" "Over here!" Ariana pointed to where he lay. Vince fought against the arresting officers, yelling and swearing. The ruckus he caused made it obvious they had the right guy. Everything became a swirl of activity as the authorities swarmed the station, some focusing on the body and others arresting Vince, who loudly declared his innocence. Other officers brought Ariana and Damon outside for statements, keeping them apart. She didn't mind, because their stories would match. They had nothing to hide, and the other campers would also tell them the same things. Hopefully, they'd be able to find the missing women alive. The last thing anyone needed was more death. Ariana glanced over at Damon as she went over her story. They were safe. Chapter 35. Denise froze. "Did you hear that?" Erica turned toward her, shone her light around. "Is that a police siren?" She almost didn't want to hope it could be. That's what it sounds like to me. The wailing grew slightly louder. Was help actually coming? "Is that a mirage?" Erica asked. "A mirage is something you see." "Then is it an auditory version of one?" Erica snapped. "You know what I mean." "I think it's real." It had to be. The nightmare had gone on long enough. Denise grabbed her friend's hand, then dragged her through the trail. If the sirens were as close as they sounded, the cops had to have gotten past the blocked exit. Had Damon and Ariana managed to cut through the logs? It was the only explanation. Somehow they must have found a way to move the tow truck, too. It hardly seemed possible. Yet sirens sounded. No way they could be that loud if they weren't close. Denise had never felt lighter. It was as if she were gliding over the ground. She barely noticed the obstacles in the path, easily navigated over and around exposed roots, large rocks, and the like. Someone yelled not far away. It sounded like Leia. Maybe it really was an auditory mirage. All of it. But it couldn't be. They'd both heard the sirens. "Is that Leia?" Erica asked, gasping for air. "Sounds like it." "She's actually alive?" Denise could hardly believe it. "We need to find her. What if she's trapped somewhere?" Erica skidded to a stop. "What direction is the yelling coming from?" "It sounded like that way." Denise pointed in the opposite direction, not sure if her friend could even see her gesture. "That's what I thought." Erica tugged her in that direction. They backtracked, but soon followed a different route. Leia's yells grew louder. They were on the right track. Denise almost didn't dare hope they were actually getting close. Was their friend actually alive? Tears sprang to her eyes. She could hardly believe it after everything they'd endured over the weekend. It felt like a month rather than a few days. Leia's kids would actually see their mom again. Denise wiped her eyes as she and Erica pushed their way through the thick brush. Branches snapped back, stinging her face. Vines threatened to trip them. Another voice joined in with Leia's cries. Had Elena managed to survive? Maybe the two of them had helped each other. "We're getting close," Erica said. Denise didn't dare speak. If she did, she risked breaking down completely. They needed to reach the other two women and help them back to camp. She could cry later when they were all safe and sound. It almost seemed like too much to wish for. But the sirens continued wailing in the distance. If she had reason to hold out hope, this was it. Erica skidded to a stop. Denise nearly crashed into her, managed to come to a halt. Leia, Elena, they sat at the base of a tree. Not sat. Ropes secured them in place.
"Get us out of here," Leia pleaded. "He's going to come back."
Elena's weak voice cracked. "Who?" Denise explained.
"Vince,"
they both said in unison.
"And Wayne,"
Elena added.
"They're working together,"
Leia said. Denise fell to her knees and felt around the rope. The tie was on the other side of the massive trunk. Erica fell to the ground and worked on it with her.
"Hurry,"
Leia pleaded. "We're trying." One of Denise's nails broke as she struggled against the rope. "Do you hear sirens?" Elena asked.
"I thought it was my imagination,"
Leia said. Denise ignored her burning fingernail and continued working on the knot. "We heard them while we were looking for you. I think they got through the blocked exit."
"Do you think they arrested Vince and Wayne?"
Leia asked. "We can only hope." "I'm not that stupid," came a male voice from behind some bushes. Denise's limbs turned to liquid. She collapsed to the ground, a sharp rock digging into her calf. Erica somehow managed to continue working the rope. It fell to the ground. Leia and Elena both scrambled away from the tree, stumbled toward Denise and Erica. They all motioned silently. Leia and Denise went one way, while Elena and Erica went another. Everyone stood a better chance of surviving if they went in separate directions. Wayne could only go after two of them. Then the others could get him from behind. It was 4 against 1, and even though 2 of them were weak, he couldn't take on all of them. He likely had more energy than any of them, but he was still only one person. They were 4. It was a matter of seeing who he went after first. Denise paused. Leia pulled on her arm. Scuffling noises sounded, grunts and groans moving away from them. That meant he was heading toward Erica and Elena. She exchanged a look with Leia, though it was hard to tell if her friend was thinking the same thing, given the little moonlight filtering through the trees. They needed to help the others. Leia motioned toward the noises. Relief washed through Denise. They were on the same page. But they needed a plan. It would be foolish to run in without a thought. Denise stepped toward her friend and whispered, "What are we going to do? Are you up for this after everything you've been through?"
"I could take him down with my anger alone."
Leia sounded like she meant it. "I'm with you, but we need to be smart about this. You probably haven't eaten or drunk anything all day, and maybe even longer.
Grab a stick. I'm gonna have to be good enough."
Denise's stomach nodded. Leia was right. They would have to work with what they had, little as it may be. The four of them outnumbered him significantly. She found a branch that was nearly as long as her legs and had a rough end where it must have snapped off from its tree. It would have to do. Leia held a similar bough. She held up one finger. 2. Denise's breath caught. It was now or never. 3 fingers. The two friends broke into a run. Considering everything Leia had been through, she was surprisingly fast. Maybe her anger really was a good fuel source. When they reached the others, Wayne had Elena, who had to be the weakest of them all since she'd been missing the longest, pinned to a tree. Erica was hitting his arm with what looked like a rock. Leia ran ahead and whacked him with her branch. Denise hesitated, her kids' faces swirling in her mind. She could run now and assure her chances of being able to see and hold them again. They were what mattered most. Her friends and Elena mattered too, as did Erica's and Leia's kids. She needed to fight this man for all of them. She clung to her tree limb, took a moment to brace herself for whatever counterattack Wayne would launch. Then she ran, joined her two friends in wailing on the man. She struck him across the face with the sharp end. Blood sprayed as she contacted his nose. Voices sounded from not far away. Were they real? Or was she imagining things as she swung the branch and breathed heavily, scared for all of their lives? After hearing the police sirens, she had to believe they were coming, searching. Denise screamed at the top of her lungs, kept yelling even as her throat felt scratchy. Wayne turned toward her, fists flying. She moved to the side, but he hit her eye. It throbbed, burned. She stumbled back, seemingly in slow motion. Her ears rang. Pain ran through her head. Everyone else moved quickly. Her friends swarmed him. He threw more punches. Someone spoke. Sounded like several men. Denise covered her bruise and turned toward the conversation. Several uniformed officers pointed guns at Wayne. She collapsed to the ground, still holding her head to get out of the way. This nightmare was over. It really was. Chapter 36. Ariana leaned against Damon as two of the officers shoved Wayne into the back of one of the cruisers. Vince was in the back of another, pounding on the window and shouting something that barely sounded like a whisper from where she stood. All the other remaining campers watched the scene before them. Lights flashed from the car containing Vince. Then it drove off. Wayne's ride followed suit not far behind. Meanwhile, paramedics who had checked over everyone else now loaded the 2 dead bodies into ambulances, presumably to take to the nearest morgue. Another had already taken the park ranger. Damon wrapped his arms around her. "It's all over now." She nodded, too exhausted to find words. They still needed to pack everything up to head home. The last thing she wanted was to spend another night in this place, or any other campground ever. It would be impossible to think about camping in the same way she once did after all of this. "We're free to leave. You ready to pack everything up?" She shook her head. He turned to her, cupped her chin, and looked into her eyes. "Are you okay?"
"I'm sure I'll be fine once we get out of here," she sighed. "Next time we take a getaway, you can choose the destination." Damon threaded his fingers through hers.
"You couldn't have guessed any of this would go down. This should have been the relaxing, quiet time we imagined. It just so happened that an escaped convict was roaming the woods at the same time. We couldn't have avoided it. That's the problem." He gave her a questioning look. "Situations like this seem to find us no matter how hard we try to avoid them. It appears to be my lot in life." "That's the stress talking." He gave her a quick kiss.
"It isn't. I was abducted when I was 11, and things like that have continued throughout the years. I was even conceived when my aunt was kidnapped. I can't escape it. And now our baby is destined to the same fate. How will we ever protect him or her?"
Damon traced her palm. "This isn't fate, and we aren't helpless. We've had some unfortunate circumstances handed to us, but we're survivors. Though we faced hardened criminals, we always come out victorious." He rubbed a scratch on his face, "even if we do have some battle scars to show for it."
"But our baby has a serial killer for a grandfather
And us for parents. This child will grow up knowing love and kindness, plus a lifetime of personal safety education. We have nothing to worry about."
"Nothing?"
He threw his hands in the air. "Not more than any other parent. We're going to be intentional in our parenting, so this child will be prepared for anything."
"That's just it. I don't want him or her to be ready for bad things. I don't want those bad things to happen at all."
Nor does any good parent. But we can only do so much. Your parents tried to protect you and educate you, and you came out amazing. So will this baby, and any others that come along later.
"I hope you're right. We're unable to escape all of it. If this year has shown us anything, it's that. We can move anywhere, vacation anywhere, and it doesn't matter."
"It does matter. We're stronger than anything life throws at us. Everything we've been through has pushed us to help others. How many people have successfully protected themselves because of something they heard from one of our interviews or our podcast, or something they read from our book? We're making an impact, and it's spreading like wildfire."
Ariana pressed her palms to her stomach. "I hope we're able to help this one."
"Living with us 24/7? Without a doubt."
He kissed her, dug out a water bottle from the cooler, then handed it to her.
"Why don't you sit down and rest while I pack everything up?"
"I should help."
"No. You should take it easy. It won't take me long to get everything in the car."
She gave in to her aching muscles and sat on the bench, downing most of the water bottle. Hopefully Damon was right about their child. It was a new generation, and just like Damon was breaking a cycle in his own family, they could continue it with the little one growing inside of her. They had months to figure things out and come up with a game plan. Her dad was in law enforcement, and her aunt was a child psychologist. They had plenty of resources within their grasp. Hopefully, it would be enough. This concludes No Way Out by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Francis Anderson. Copyright 2024 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com
for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.